1.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock on the dot. And I am looking to see if there are any community comments related to closed session items.
There's nothing at this time, President Behringer.
Okay, thank you. So we will convene to closed session at this time at 5 o'clock. Yes. Oh, okay, so we will reconvene to open session with nothing to report from closed session. Welcome to everybody, and I would like to, at this time, have you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand, I will get my handy dandy flag. And place your right hand over your heart, and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. And get the agenda. And that then takes us to community comments. Let's see here. So I'm informed we have about 12 comments, which should fulfill the 15-minute limit on the single agenda item. And so I'll go ahead and proceed to read them. First, beginning with Lori Garcia concerning school opening. This district is amazing. I'm really hoping to see at least a hybrid model for Serrano. These kids are wanting to experience high school life, dance teams, dances, friends, etc. I know surveys have gone out, but I do hope the older kids can at least go back, if not right away, then very shortly after. Thank you, Snowline, for all your hard work. Shannon Bass states, will packets be available for students that don't do well virtually if we don't return to a classroom setting in August? And Rosemary, what is going to be done for the pre and elementary? Are they going to do a physical classroom with block schedule? What is going to be done for the pre and elementary ages? Are they going to do physical classroom with block schedule? Jasmine, if school stays closed, how will that affect my child's grades? And as a parent, how can we help them keep their grades up? Hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. Stephen Colomb Jr. regarding reopening of schools. If schools do any distance learning, will teachers be mandated to grade assignments and give feedback? My children attend Heritage, and not one assignment was graded at the end of last school year, and no feedback was given on those assignments. That doesn't make for a very effective learning environment. The next comment from Jennifer regarding school reopening. I've heard rumors of other districts possibly delaying the start of the school year. I'm really hoping this isn't the case for us. I don't see how a few weeks is going to change anything. Mary Lou Parsons, Iraq. How are the children going to be taught? Want to know how school will be working. Stephen Holbrook asks about school opening. If school is going to open fully, can visitors go in and go check things out? Patricia Pollard asks, I'd like some answers as to what will be happening in the upcoming school year. And Christine Watson asks, my children are more at risk because my oldest has a pre-existing condition. That severely worries me because their health is extremely important to me. And so I am 100% in favor for distance learning across the board. And the next comment is from Anonymous. Many students are dealing with mental and emotional issues due to the school closures. Please don't disregard their needs to be back at school. For many who are latchkey children, school is the only place where they feel safe. And that concludes the comments. I expect in Dr. Holman's presentation that many of those questions will be answered, and he will be reviewing those, and they may be included in the minutes for any questions that are not addressed in the presentation. He will be sure to be in contact with you. That then takes us to consent motions. Is there a motion?
I would motion for the consent agenda, though I would like to pull item G12.
G12?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled?
I agree with G12. I'll second the motion.
Okay, and was there a first? Okay.
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so we will do a roll call vote. Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Nilsson?
Aye.
Member Colomb?
Aye.
Member Funk?
Aye.
And Christina Behringer votes aye as well. We have just approved the minutes of the regular meeting of June 23rd, 2020 of the Snowline Joint Unified School Board of Trustees. Personnel motions, learning site agreement between Snowline Joint Unified School District and California State University San Bernardino. New course at Chaparral High School for the 2020-2021 school year. Contract between Snowline Joint Unified School District and TCI. The contract between Snowline Joint Unified School District and Biozone. California Student Data Privacy Agreement Contracts, Exhibit E. The MOU number 2021-0323 for classroom maintenance for special education programs in the district, and agreement number 2021-0322 for special education classroom lease. Agreement number 2021-0177 for Medi-Cal administrative activities through SBCSS. The agreement number 2021-0299, San Bernardino County Advocates for Better Schools for 2020 and 2021. Approval of the final settlement agreement for special education student, and the approval of ratification of district financial transactions. And Member Hernandez, you had comments regarding G12?
I did. I was able to get a email prior to this meeting, and I think there was quite a bit going on. So I guess I'll just reiterate my question here. What we have is a piggyback contract with Verizon, it looks like, for those in our community to gain internet access at incredibly discounted rates. I had not seen this previous in prior years, so I want to ask you, is this a new item? Where did we find it? And how will our community, our stakeholders, be able to sign up for this program?
Yeah, and Member Hernandez, thank you for asking us. Before I turn over to Robert Chacon, let me just say on behalf of him and Rick Hernandez, the great work that they're doing. You're right, these are unique times, and I really want to thank individuals like those two and so many who are working hard to take advantage of opportunities, again, that serve our learning community. I think I've been on record saying numerous times we're under resourced out here in Snowline Joint Unified School District. So proud to be in the school district. So proud how Luke Onaveros, the previous superintendent, I used to talk about this being an austere area and region, and that we operated effectively. And I would wholeheartedly agree with what we're given. But I really admire Robert Chacon, Rick Hernandez, all those who have been working on opportunities like this to try to support this learning community, particularly in these difficult times. So with that background, I say that because they're both humble. To make sure that we heard that. Robert, can you provide some of these details here that might be appropriate to share, specific to what Member Hernandez asked?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Ryan and Member Hernandez, for pulling this. You too, Mr. Kenny Funk, on allowing us to speak on the Verizon Wireless Piggyback. So what this is actually, so LAUSD back in March when schools when we were shut down for COVID-19, LAUSD reached out and was looking for a way to provide internet access to their students with either hotspots or Wi-Fi. We went with Wi-Fi parking lots, if you remember, right? We set up some hotspots in our parking lots for our students. But LAUSD started working on this agreement with Verizon to work out a deal to get better pricing for hotspots so they could provide them to the students who didn't have access or maybe didn't have internet available to them at all. And so Verizon gave LAUSD some preferred pricing, really good pricing actually on those hotspots. And so that's what this contract is about. This contract's allowing us to piggyback on those prices that Verizon gave to LAUSD. So as we move forward, whether it's COVID-19 or we have to explore distant learning or any other options like that, we'll be able to reach out to Verizon and receive the same pricing for those hotspots that LAUSD did, which is at a far greater discounted rate than what we would normally get them at.
So this is for the district, to be able to purchase, or is it for our stakeholders to be able to partake in?
It's for us. It's for us to be able to
I see.
participate in. Yeah, it's the personalized hotspots.
I see. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions from the group?
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, guys.
Is there a motion
I'll go ahead and motion for approval of item G12.
and a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? There being none, we'll go ahead with a roll call vote. Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Nelson? Member Nelson? You're on mute. We'll come back to Member Nelson. Member Colomb?
Aye.
Member Funk?
Aye.
Christina Behringer votes aye. Member Nelson?
Looks like he just left the meeting.
Yes.
Might be having some technical difficulties.
He was getting to the mute button and clicked the hang up. So we'll just
President Behringer, I can just tell you that, one of our colleagues here, Rick Hernandez, who I mentioned earlier, he's committed to assisting any of us, right? I don't want to put it past myself because I may very well be doing that in any moment throughout the course of the night, right? But I want you to know that Rick Hernandez is committed to help any of us who've gotten offline. So I'm guessing that he's probably helping right now. So really at your direction, President Behringer, you can move forward because you do have, the votes where you can, await whatever you might want to do.
okay. So it could delay things for a bit. So at this time, we will move forward then with a 4-1 vote and move on then to item H1, which would be the delegate assembly runoff election. Dr. Holman?
Yeah, thanks, President Behringer. It's actually my first scheduled time to be here in this meeting, so good afternoon to all of you who I'm seeing on my screen, and I'm going to guess there are folks who might be joining us out there in the, cyberspace. So thanks so very much. It's great to be able to speak to this first one, and that's approval of, as you just mentioned, assembly runoff. The sub-region area 16B has two individuals who I'll turn over to you, President Behringer, in just a moment. It's Henry Cowles from the Cucamonga School District, and Barbara Flores from San Bernardino City Unified School District. There's a runoff between the two. I know you've been very skilled in facilitating these in the past, and here we are again. So I'll turn it over again so that you can determine with your colleagues who that vote would be cast for.
Very good. And thank you for that. Okay, so we have two members for which to vote for that position. And I was rather impressed with Member Flores' qualifications. I don't know, is there a preference for the other candidate?
I enjoyed Dr. Flores's statements and her biographical sketch that she submitted.
Mm-hmm.
I concur with that. Dr. Flores is very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there a motion to select Member Flores?
I would motion that we submit a vote for Dr. Barbara Flores for the position.
And is there a second?
I'd like the second.
Very good. Okay. And we will do a roll call vote with Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Has Member Nilsson returned? Moving on to Member Colomb.
Aye.
Member Funk.
Aye.
And Christina Behringer votes aye as well. That then takes us to item H2. And Dr. Holman, the
Thanks
moment
so much,
we've all been waiting for.
Yes, I think us too. Really happy to be able to say that what's before you here in the last item on the agenda is an information item. That's for us as representatives for the entire Snowline learning community to provide information on school reopening. I will tell you before I get going that first and foremost, thank in advance a wonderful colleague of all of ours, right, Alan Miller. He's going to take us through in terms of the projection of the slides, so that I don't mess that up, and so that we'll allow the entire public, anyone and everyone who's joined us, to see the presentation in just a moment. And I'd also say, as I get ready to share with you all the work that's been done, I just must share, to be quite frank, what's very clearly on my heart, and as this presentation comes up, and that is just words of thanks to an entire, I will say an entire community that is Snowline, 43,900 plus residents who live in our boundaries. Just over four, if we think about this, just over 4 months ago, it was on March 13th in the afternoon, I had to write a letter that was, to be quite frank, not a letter that I would want to write. And that was that we had to close schools. And so unbelievably, here we are 4 months later, and we have not had the opportunity to be together as a learning community like we normally would have over the course of that time. But it brings me back to the word of thanks before, again, I start. Just amazed at how a community can work together to say, what can we do to serve the Snowline learning community over 4 months? And so as we get to this board meeting here today, we made a promise that in early to mid-July, we would share with you as board members, we would share with the community all the hard work that has gotten our learning community to this point. I've been witness to it. I'm so very thankful. And so what we're endeavoring to do today is to, just as you alluded to President Behringer, and to you other 4 board members who joined President Behringer, to share with you our proposal. Okay, our proposal on school reopening for the 2020-2021 school year. Now, I say that proposal, and I really emphasize that it's a proposal, first of all, for your, and most rightly so, for your consideration, but also the notion that change is really the only constant right now in this COVID-19 environment. We saw Governor Newsom yesterday provide more restrictions on the state of California than we had the day prior. And I bring up that as just one example, that tonight we're going to share with you through again, all the work that I just mentioned, and hopefully address all the questions that you have as a board, that the community just shared in those 11 comments, and many more, why we are proposing what we're proposing, what that is, why we're endeavoring to do it, and then how we're going to accomplish it. All the while knowing that tomorrow or the next day, that change can happen, and change even at the state level from an executive order or other changes that would make us come back and say, we've got to make a shift. But today is today. And so I'm thrilled to be able to use this presentation to do just what I said, and that is share with all of you our school reopening proposal for the coming year. Now, just as an order of business and process here, before we go to the first slide beyond this title page, is President Behringer and board members, I'm going to be calling on the wonderful senior cabinet that is the assistant superintendents, Dennis Zimmerman, Alan Miller, Robert Chacon, and the executive assistant to my position, and Nancy Stapp. They've been instrumental in this work, and will be able to support the slideshow here and give details along the way. And then also President Behringer, and to all the board members, I'll add this, that from a process standpoint, if you can and are able to hold the questions to the end, I've got that final slide, you'll see the notion of what those questions are. If you're able to hold the questions until then, I think this slideshow of about 20 slides will come together as a puzzle to hopefully then really allow ourselves to really target the questions and give you the responses all along the way, giving the responses to the public too that were asked in community comments, to ensure that everyone understands, again, what we're proposing, why we're proposing it, and how we're endeavoring to do it. So with that, President Behringer, and I'll say that there's slide 1. Alan Miller, if you go to slide 2, I'd love to just jump right into it and just go over the outcomes real quickly. Really trying to accomplish 2 things, and that's provide to all of you as a board here in our learning community, get this shared understanding, this collective understanding around what that proposal is. And then as a board, please know it's not an approval item right now. We can talk about that at the end. Those changes can be made and whatnot, but we're looking for your direction, your most important role, direction from you, you board members as to next steps so that we can ensure readiness for an August start, as it says there, August reopening of our school for our learning community. That's what we're looking to do with this item here today, is to accomplish those two outcomes. And so, Alan, if you don't mind, just one quick reminder, we'll spend 10 seconds on this slide. The design for today is in this next slide. And as Alan turns that, it's a what, it's a why, and a how. I'm going to tell you what that proposal is right off the bat. Tell you why we came up with that. What's behind that? What are the values driving it? What are the data driving it? What's the feedback and so forth driving that decision? And then the how, we'll talk a little bit more forward thinking. How are we going to accomplish this, knowing that we're in a climate of change? And as we're in this climate of change, how can we navigate it to our best abilities to ensure that we get a great outcome for these kids? So why don't we go right to this first slide that says what? Here's a school reopening proposal right now, knowing that that this is probably the issue that people want to know right off the bat. We're proposing three choices for our parents in this design. An in-person learning design that I'm going to provide a lot of details to in just a moment, but that's that face-to-face on school sites, in-person learning. Also, a distance learning option, a much more robust one, a lot of details behind that. You're going to see a full slide and my colleagues to help me describe distance learning 2.0, if you will, that parents who don't feel comfortable sending their children to our sites have that option, but they also have a third option, and that's a homeschool option. Now both the second and third bullets are at-home options. They're two distinct opportunities for parents to choose. And I'll get into those, but if people are asking what's the design, it's this three-pronged choice that I just mentioned right there. So Alan, if you just go to that next stage, let me put a little bit more meat to this on this next slide. So in-person learning is Monday through Friday, full days for the most part. There'll be some differences, some modifications to that in-person learning, but we're talking about Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, when there isn't a holiday, right, with some significant modifications that we'll speak to in a moment. The second one is that distance learning. And I just can't reinforce enough. When we were closed on March 13th and then on March 16th, I'm just so thankful for the 1,000 staff members and for the work that they did. But let's be honest, not just in Snowline, but across this entire nation, that was crisis learning. We were trying to deal with a crisis and provide learning. We've learned from that situation. We've got all kinds of data backing up a new design and new work as we connect with our staff members to build a better 2.0 system in distance learning. And let's not forget an existing program that is Snowline Academy. That's a successful homeschool program that's existed for quite a while in Snowline. And certainly we're going to take advantage of that opportunity, continue that good work, and allow the choice of parents to get into that program if that is what they want to do. So Alan, thanks for that. We'll go to the sixth slide here. And let's start talking. Let's drill down on in-person learning. So there are a lot of words on that slide, kind of death by PowerPoint, if you will. My apologies. I'm going to try not to just read them, but I think it's really important that you as a board and our learning community members understand what's behind this in-person learning for all of our school sites. So as I said, 5 days per week, which is really important. Toronto High School with modifications to make this work. I really give them a lot of credit, thinking outside the box, looking to reimagine how high school, traditional high school, comprehensive high school is probably a better term, can provide learning with staggered starts and endings to ensure that students can get what they need from a learning standpoint, but also remain safe. As we continue down there, let's talk face coverings right off the bat. We're required by state mandate to require that of all people setting foot on campus right now. That's students and staff members. We follow that state mandate, and that's a reiteration right there in that second bullet of the fact that that's how we're looking at face coverings. Deep cleaning strategies absolutely will be employed. I want to thank Rick Dawson and his team who've done a lot of work to reshape how not just deep cleaning, but disinfection is going to occur day by day in the evenings too, to ensure that we have that level of cleanliness and disinfection to combat COVID-19. Protective equipment certainly is going to be in place on many fronts. Everything from the face coverings, of course, is part of that, but all the other measures that need to be in place that you'll see as we move down here a little bit more on the next page. Signage reiterating safety requirements all throughout all of our schools, not to mention our departments, our buildings, our facilities throughout all of Snowline will be, I would say, enveloped or encased with all of that. Certainly hand washing stations, we talk about the hygiene that needs to occur. We're increasing the number of those at our school sites. And transportation, that's a challenge for sure, but we're looking to provide that in the safest of manners. I want to thank our director, Shannon Barassi, talk about, again, reinventing and reimagining how that can be done. We're still looking for more guidance, of course, and we'll talk about the guidance in a bit, but know that is slated to be provided in the safest of manners. Wellness checks, too, will occur at all those sites. That's both inside and outside of classrooms. Training will be provided to ensure that we can be on the lookout for wellness in kids, and really doing that at high level so that we can provide safety. That, in quotation marks, COVID-19 compliance status is something we're pursuing, right? The county provides a seal, if you will, for buildings and organizations who meet those requirements. We're pursuing that and expect to get that COVID-19 compliance for all of our facilities. And then, of course, let's not forget, right here at the end, and it's placed there purposely, got to have social distancing, right? So as Alan, if you can go to the next page, let's drill down on social distancing. It's easy to say, a bit more challenging to do, but we're certainly going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen in this regard. First and foremost, that physical separation has got to occur at all times, at all the sites. So we've got processes in place to ensure that we've got physical separation, such as restructuring lunches, recesses, pickup, drop off, having separate entry points, spreading out and separating and physically distancing and separating, again, as it says in the first bullet, kids and staff members all throughout the day and evenings as those facilities are open. One path of travel throughout hallways and throughout campuses and so forth to ensure and maximize that physical separation that we talked about. And certainly smaller class sizes. I'll show you a little bit later on how that's going to be done. But those class sizes, we expect those to be smaller, which then in turn allows for physical separation in the classrooms. But even to up the ante on that is that next bullet. And that is the purchase of and the implementation of partitions. These partitions are clear, they're see-through, but they're barriers. They're barriers to ensure that as kids engage in the learning, they're able to, even with the physical separation, have another barrier of safety to ensure that transmission of anything and everything, not just COVID-19, but any sort of sickness does not occur. So those are on order and we're moving forward with that. And then finally, as I said before, we mentioned signs earlier, but those signs and markings have to be really clear on the ground when we talk about singular paths, directional, but also spacing. As we see in businesses, if you've been out now, you know that occurs. And so we really are committed to making that happen at our school sites and building. So thanks, Alan, for that slide. We're going to go on to the next one and certainly move forward, but maybe some questions. And I think there was one or two that was asked in community comments. What about some of these other services that we provide? How will that be done in a modified design? Well, special education services, they continue. They have to. That we owe that to those kids with IEPs. Know that at all the sites, the special education services through the IEP process will be agreed to and will be provided as is needed for those kids. Alan Miller, reminded us of the English language development. Of course, that occurs and that will continue in this setting in a safe way, but certainly continues. Preschool has its separate set of guidelines that they're following, but credit to the director of our preschool, Tricia Kendrick, and all of her great staff have done really well to set up our preschool for openings as is appropriate based upon the guidelines that they've set forth. And same thing with the after school education safety. A lot of times that's referred to as ACES. That's the after school offerings that we have at a few of our sites. They too will be up and going with those safety protocols that need to be in place. Get a lot of questions about sports, and please know a couple things. We had the ability to open up conditioning based upon San Bernardino County Department of Public Health as well as state guidelines, but it had to be shut down for the same reasons. They required that we had to shut that down on July 20th. So that's actually a week from yesterday. The commissioner from CIF Southern Section will be making a decision on sports for the coming year. And he's making a decision not just on fall sports, but on all sports. So we'll certainly communicate that out to our learning community once we get that information. And that's also, I cannot forget our extracurricular activities. Will they be going on? I think that was a question before at the start of the meeting. I should say yes. Will they look different? Yes. Will they be safe? Yes. But just because of COVID-19 doesn't mean that we automatically get rid of all extracurricular activities. We'll endeavor to make sure that they happen as best we can in the context of safety, for sure. So, Alan, as we go to page 9, that's that overview. That's that 30,000-foot view of the in-person learning. But let's go to that second one, that distance learning design. Some questions were asked too beforehand by some of our community members. And I want to emphasize that first line. Is distance learning 2.0, guided by teachers connected to the site. So if this is a second choice, in-person being a first choice for our learning community, if this is a second choice, I want everyone to know that our teachers, our wonderful teachers, are going to be guiding the learning, but there's going to be a connection to the site. And very clearly, Senate Bill 98 and Assembly Bill 77, it's the trailer bill language that came with the approved budget. Maintains accountability, and that accountability will be increased with attendance and grades. It has to occur on a daily basis. The work there will be in alignment with the in-person learning. So there'll be nothing missed, if that makes sense, between what's learning in the classroom, as well as the learning outside. That will be the same content being delivered. There was a question about paper packets. Yes, is the answer. Online. Want to thank that group that I mentioned earlier, Robert Chacon and Rick Hernandez. Technology for all individuals. One-to-one is where we are. It's necessary and it will be there, but those paper packets are there. Here, Robert, do you mind if I ask you to just open up your microphone, because you had some conversation about access, but now we're talking about devices. Can you talk about the work that's being done there by you, Rick, and your other colleagues to support our kids?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Ryan. So, big shout out to Rick Hernandez and Karen Stevens. They immediately, as COVID-19 hit back in March, they immediately jumped out in front of it. As you could imagine, the supply line for Chromebooks and hotspots and tablets quickly dried up as the nation, the globe actually was really looking for those resources to provide for their students. So, Rick and Karen have been working really hard at procuring Chromebooks to get us to a one-to-one. That's to make sure that each of our students has their own specific Chromebook. And we're doing that for a couple reasons, right? We're doing that, one, so we could make sure that we're not passing additional germs around, right? Each student will have their own assigned Chromebook. That will be theirs. And so we're not having to share Chromebooks throughout the district. The other reason we're doing that is if we are able to go back to that in-person learning, and then for whatever reason, we have to roll back into a distance learning scenario, our students will already be familiar with their Chromebook, how to log in. Those resources will easily be able to get them their Chromebook and get going on that distance learning piece. We're able to make the shift a lot more quickly moving into that distance learning if we're asked or required to do so. And so we have Rick's been working on that, and the order has been made. He's working with a vendor. We're trying to follow up to get a specific delivery date, but that happened several weeks ago. So we're hoping to be out in front of the curve on that, as I know a lot of our neighboring districts, up and down the state, to be honest, are really struggling trying to get resources for their kids for the startup. I just want to give a big shout out to Rick and Karen for being out in front of the curve on that and making sure that we're out in front securing those resources for our kids.
Yeah, Robert said so very well. Thanks again to Directors Karen Stevens and Rick Hernandez for the support, as you just mentioned. Thank you for saying that. And I want to just capitalize on something Robert mentioned, and he said it very well. Governor Newsom talks about a dimmer switch. This isn't a dimmer switch situation, right? A dimmer. It's really about literally a toggle back and forth. I mean, just boom, we're going to turn on distance learning, if we're required to do so from the governor, and we can do it instantaneously. I know people are wondering about that, no lag time. And so again, just so thankful for the people I just mentioned, as well as really our staff members who've already started to work on this, and leaders, just very, very thankful there. So as I continue down and just wrap up this section here, I mentioned the daily contact that's required. Also, the idea that we provide schedules for families so that they know even better than last time what the daily routines are. And then at the bottom there, the capacity for anyone who commits to this to be able to get back to the site into the in-person design as they're ready. Really important for us to be able to maintain that. It's again about this choice here. We really feel committed to that. And there's that reminder of that situation. So a much more robust, again, distance learning 2.0 that we're committed to putting together. So that would be the second option. And then Alan, as you go to the 10th slide here, this third one, homeschool, it's in existence, Snowline Academy. It says right at the top, their longstanding successful program. I want to emphasize that. It has been very successful for many, many years. We've got the evidence to prove it in terms of graduates who've gone on to do great things, as well as the data behind it. So here, this program still continues. It serves grades TK through 12. It's as it says there, we've got the ability to individualize it to meet what kids are needing here. Also, a real beauty of this program, it's NCAA compliant, which is rare, I will share with you. And they've been NCAA approved for a number of years here, aligned with Common Core. I mean, they've done all the great work to ensure that they're meeting all the needs, including, as it says there, resources and activities throughout the district that can be continued to be part of that learning. I want to emphasize here, the parent and guardian, they're the learning coach. That's the homeschool design. It's the difference between the previous one, distance learning. The parent is that learning coach with great help and support from teachers through that curricular expertise that they have, as well as feedback that they get on grades. And there's an enrollment commitment here too, right? That what we found very clearly for many years of doing this homeschool, that it can be so great for so many students, but a commitment is required for that success to occur. So know that that's that third option, two of which, right? The distance learning connected to a school site, and now Snowline Academy, a homeschool design, both of those at-home designs versus that first one that I spoke to at length, and that's that in-person design. So there's the what. And now as you go to the next one, okay, I can imagine people out there, Ryan, why are you talking about this? Or, how'd you come to this decision? Here we go. Here are the drivers, right? These values that we have in this district, as well as the guidance, support, and direction that and recommendations we're getting from experts here. And those experts being at the state level, local level, and also within our own district. And I'm going to really emphasize that in just a minute. But let me start here. What's best for kids in this learning community? That's got to be the driver, right? Kids in our learning community first. And I mentioned the choice too. I don't want to belabor it, but it's really important. We've tried to commit to that. And I thank everyone who's here, because I can only imagine that there was a request for this feedback sooner rather than later. But our commitment was to do this as smart as we possibly could, to be the smartest and not necessarily the fastest. And the smartest is by virtue of look at the executive orders. Also, those two other documents, that Stronger Together document, and there's a guidance document from the California Department of Public Health, right? A lot of acronyms there. Those are the drivers for all state reopening designs, and we're adhering to those, using those guidances as we're supposed to, but also local guidance. There's variance that's allowed by county, and that fluctuates based upon the county's data, COVID-19 data, but we do get local guidance from the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. That's what that acronym means. I've been in contact with the director and been in meetings 2 times last week, and we continue to be in contact with the leader of that organization to get direct feedback on our own region and feedback on our reopening plan. So I'm proud to say we're working that way. But again, I want to hone in on Snowline. And just, again, I was emotional at the beginning. I'll get emotional now, knowing that there's so many great people in this district who are stepping up and saying, let me help. And so a huge thanks to all those task groups. We have an overall incident command system we've talked before here that is the task force that's headed up this whole COVID-19 response. But we've had multiple task groups working on this plan, working together to give us input. Thank you all, from teachers and CSCA groups of employees and leadership at departments and sites and so many others. Thank you so very much for that, because to meet what's required in the Senate bill and the Assembly bill, it wouldn't happen without them. And particularly the final thanks for those who've responded to our local surveys and data. And that's where I want to go next, Alan, if you don't mind, because they're the reasons, all these reasons here and the data that I'll show you next are driving this decision. Parents have responded to multiple surveys. I chuckle because it seems like I'm always sending out surveys. Thank you, parents, guardians, staff members, students who responded. Before I get into this, we have over 10,000 responses over multiple surveys to parents, to staff members, even to students during the school reopening. We were asking them about the distance learning, and the student feedback really shaped that distance learning piece that I just mentioned. So again, thank you so very much. Let's drill down with parents though real quickly. In June, when it was a different climate, COVID-19, we had 2,603 responses in 3 languages, and that would be English, Spanish, and Korean. And what I've got up here is the question tied to tonight's discussion. And that is, if you have a choice as parents, which design would you choose? And it was worded at the time as traditional, distance learning, Snowline Academy, and then hybrid blended. And you can see the percentages on the left-hand side, 6111, almost 8%, and just over 20. You can see what was said in June. Now let's fast forward and hopscotch over to, getting close to almost double the amount, not quite there, but 4,646 responses in those same 3 languages. And that was at the beginning of July. And here we are on July 14th. You can see that there are some changes, right? That we see 54% of our families saying bring them back 5 days a week. A little over 16% saying some distance learning connected to the school site. You can see the uptick of about 5% after the downtick of about 7% there. And you can see Snowline Academy bumping up 2-3 percentage points there too. So those at-home designs bumped up a bit there from 18 to 19% to 18 or 19% to about almost 27% of our folks saying that. And then hybrid kind of standing firm, about 1 out of 5 people saying that. Now hybrid blended design, was posed at whether it be every other day or half days. You can see the responses from parents there. Thank you again. I just can't express how helpful that is and how important that is as we use those data to inform our decisions. Alan, on the 13th slide, I want to talk about the staff too. I want to thank them just as much. They responded to 2 different surveys. In June, 500 to 80. We have just over 1,000 employees. And there are 2 areas I want to focus on, 2 questions that were common both times. And that is, what were the most significant concerns from staff members? Social distancing. You saw we spent a whole slide on that and took that feedback and hopefully this very seriously from our staff to make sure that we're taking the social distancing steps and using their feedback to up that to a level that's absolutely necessary. Also, that concern for sick individuals on site. So we talk about wellness and the training that will come with that. I'll talk a little bit more at the end about the training associated with that and other pieces. And then multiple learning options, how to juggle those multiple learning options. And that's an interesting one because it's a hopscotch over to July, and with almost 80, it looks like 85 more responses. And thank you all again, staff members, for responding in July here. That sick individuals on site still concerned. So that wellness piece, you can see why that was an elevated piece and a point of emphasis that I talked about. students and making sure that they have those face coverings on. Again, I want to drill down on that. We follow the state mandate on that, and Governor Newsom has an executive order in place for that right now. So that's for all individuals. And then on social distancing, that remains there. It bumped down to the third, but they were all pretty even. And I won't belabor it other than to say you saw that social distancing slide earlier. Look at the bottom line, though, too. That was a separate question. And in June, we asked staff members, what's your readiness to return is about 85%, and it's dropped a bit down to 70, and the climate is different. And again, in conclusion, I'll talk about the changing climate, but wanted to be real upfront and share with all of you, that's where the staff, how they responded. So thank you for being honest and sharing what they did there. And then after the survey results there that I shared, I want to share some local data. We're very fortunate to be able to have that relationship with our local health department. Corwin Porter provides for us as a leadership team our data on a weekly basis. This is relatively new. And we expect to get one each Wednesday, so we'll get the update tomorrow. But the one from last week shows that we have 127 community-based cases on COVID-19 in the Snowline Joint Unified School District boundaries. Okay, this is based on GIS, and it mimics our boundaries of all of our communities here. So you see that reference to just under 44,000 residents. And right now we have a community incident rate of 289. That went up from the previous week, from the high 250s, 258 to 289, and that's per 100,000 residents. And we're in this range of 171 to 313. That range is an important range because in meeting with Corwin Porter and when we talked about our reopening plan, we were able to get his feedback and his support on moving this cause forward. We're 13th out of 33 school districts, if you're wondering. There are 33 in San Bernardino County, and our status is amongst those data. We're 13th at this stage. Again, thank you to Corwin Porter, Dr. Aaron Gustafson, and all the others out at the San Bernardino Department of Public Health. It's hard work at that county level, but they've been very good to respond to us, particularly Corwin Porter, and I publicly want to thank him because we're using those data to inform our efforts here, and we'll continue to monitor that, and that'll be said here in a moment. So thanks, Alan. On 14, we'll go to the 15th slide and speak to how. So when we think about this proposal, here's how we start to move forward, I think, in this conversation with a few more slides and turn it back over to all of you. So what we're endeavoring to do is to try to get board direction from all of you so that we can move this cause forward. We know that there's, we're putting this in front of you. There'll be a lot of discussion once I'm done here in just a few moments. But we're looking for board direction, and so that we can immediately start to communicate to our entire learning community as rapidly as possible, and then reach back out to our parents, guardians, families, students, and say, what are you going to commit to so that we can start to build our system with as much certainty as possible and getting more feedback from them, all the while knowing that we'll take your feedback whenever you're at the ready to move this direction forward and get the plan wherever we land on that, supported by San Bernardino County Department of Public Health as we have up until this stage. I want to thank Dennis Zimmerman for the work that he's been leading, and for the CSCA leadership and the STA leadership for already doing work on the negotiation side for those conditions that are so critical. And I mentioned the compliance status, won't belabor that. We have to still work through the signs, the PPE, and all the safety protocols, bring them to life. We talked about them, but bring them to life. As we've done a lot of work already, all kinds of ordering being done. But again, once that's ordered, how do we start to make them come to life before that starting date? Continue to work hard on the details of the distance learning that we mentioned that we're committed to. And then that safety training for all staff, I think, is really, really important. And Alan, if you go to the next slide here, I really appreciate that. And get some help here from Dennis Zimmerman, but just give this quick introduction. So we're scheduled right now for August 13th as our first day of school. That's Thursday. There's a lot that comes with this reopening plan, and it would be our request that we consider moving back our date, that we move it back to August 17th and use those 5 days for training around safety and all the other necessary areas to ensure that all staff, not just teaching staff, but all staff are prepared for that transition. Dennis, do you mind opening up your microphone right now and provide some details behind the working conditions piece on the previous slide, as well as this slide, Dennis, and this recommendation we're making to the board to support our learning community to ensure that the most safe that we can possibly get in the startup.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Holman. We are geared up and prepared to meet with our bargaining units over the next few weeks and as long as it takes, and as much time as it takes to work through the necessary working conditions for the recommended reopening plan. We know there's multiple choices there, so there's a lot of work to be done to come together to collaborate. Both groups are ready to do that, wanting to do that, and tonight was going to help kick that off for us. The recommendation to push the start of school back 2 days. And we as a district we were the first district in the high desert to go to a Thursday start. And a lot of other districts have gone to a later start, like a Wednesday, Thursday start, because it does have a tremendous number of advantages. But for this year, we're looking to push that back 2 days to Monday, the 17th, to give us the week of August 10th to do the necessary preparation and the necessary training together as staff, because it's a variety of different kinds of training that need to be done. And that will just really release or alleviate a lot of concern and stress that folks are having. Is how do we do this? And we don't have the time outside of the 180 student days to do that. Now, with that, we'll have to get together also with the bargaining units and talk about, any associated changes to work calendars that this may cause. Ryan already talked about, getting the communication out to parents about this 2 day change, but also in the state budget, in those trailer bills that Ryan talked about. I think it's Senate Assembly Bill 77 and Senate Bill 98. We are bound to 180 student days this year. We were given a little bit of flexibility in terms of instructional minutes, but given no flexibility in terms of the number of student attendance days. And so in moving in this recommendation to move the calendar back 2 days, we're going to have to find 2 other student days in this 2021 calendar to add back into the calendar to get to a total of 180 student attendance days, which is required for full funding. And the state's made that very, very clear. So we'll be looking at options. We feel there are some options, but we want to work through that with a variety of groups. Possibility right now of Monday, January 4th, which was a staff only day, but now we're going to have 5 staff only days at the beginning of the school year if we make this move. Possibly using 1 or 2 of the 3 inclement weather days that are currently scheduled, or possibly moving the last day of school forward back 1 day from Thursday, June 10 to Friday, June 11. So we have some options within this proposal to look at. But the reason for this is so that we as staff can prepare to deliver and do the very best job of returning to school in these 3 options that families will have to serve students, to serve our community, and to do so safely together.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis, for doing that so very well. And again, just reiterate, really appreciate administration working with the leadership at of SDA and CSEA to get us to where they have, and that'll still be working forward in that regard too. So thanks so very much for that. And so as I wrap up this presentation, just a couple more slides here, Alan, if you could go to, so with that consideration here, we got some more daily operations, social distancing, needed training support. I've said those already. I want to hone in on that 4th one. Just really thankful for and want to reiterate the importance of this great quality of the learning community at Snowline, and have this adaptable mindset. We truly are reinventing, reimagining how education is being done. And I'm just so thankful that folks have this mindset. It's going to be needed even more as we move forward. And you see in capital letters, monitoring our COVID-19 local data and monitoring what's coming from the state is going to be critical. Because, Alan, as you go to that next stage, there's just some pictures here. There are choices. We put forth choices for parents based upon that commitment that we told all of you. It was so important for our parents and allowing that to occur. But monitoring the data in the state is necessary because, Alan, as you go to that final one of the final slides here, I'm going to look for your help here, Alan. School reopening proposal, you see two sides here because that in-person learning, as we described, the distance learning 2.0 that's available and connected to school sites, and then the homeschool item, the third one, those two at-home ones being below the in-person one on the screen, on the slide itself. Alan, can you talk about just real quickly some of the details, particularly on distance learning, because you've been doing that's been we heard it tonight. I will say, Alan, in our public comments, and I forgot to ask you to speak to it, but the good work that's being done collaboratively to make it a 2.0 to ensure that people walk away or leave this meeting tonight hearing the change in distance learning, because then I'll talk about the other half of that slide there. Thanks, Alan.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Ryan. And you hit the nail right on the head earlier when you talked about the spring really ushering in a season of crisis learning and really being able to fill in the gap and to offer our students the very best we could at the time we were still trying to figure things out. Once again, I've made reference before, we are a conventional education system that was asked to do something very different that a vast majority of our folks are not trained to do. And, I say kudos, they did it quite well. But we're really moving from an optional crisis learning model that we offered in the spring because it was so different. And we needed to offer a great deal of flexibility just to get us over the finish line of that school year. But now it's compulsory learning. It's mandatory. It's just whatever learning looks like, whether it's one of these choices or our system being required to go back into an all virtual learning environment. It's going to be business as usual. It's going to be what we have to do for kids in regards to taking attendance, grading work, expecting participation, reaching out to students that need extra support, reaching out to parents that we need their support to make this successful. What comes along with this is just a lot more organization, some very, very specific expectations for all of our stakeholders as they engage in whatever in distance learning moving forward. And just ensuring, most importantly, that our teachers have the capacity, tools, and resources to be successful and get the job done with our kids.
Yeah, Alan, thanks so very much for saying that. And so you see that or would be that switch, right? That light switch turning off and on. And if the governor between now and the start date changes something and says that it's an executive order, we'd have to stay back. We'll do that, right? But wanted to really thank Alan for saying what he did because we're at the ready. It's part of both designs, if you will, and we're going to continue to monitor that. And I can't predict the future, but I'm sure the governor will continue to weigh in as we get closer to August. So we're prepared to react there in that regard. So with that, Alan, if you just go to the second to last slide of mine, and then we'll turn it over to the last slide for the board members, back to school. We're really trying to allow that to occur on in those three forms. Everyone's seeing all sorts of data that are out there. The American Academy of Pediatrics talk about the need for kids to get back, not just for academic reasons and to close the gaps that may have occurred and continue their learning as they move forward, but for mental health reasons and so many other powerful reasons that schools exist. And so we're trying to maintain that as best as possible, all the while honoring the needs of this community for safety on all fronts, whether it be in person, whether it be whether it be at a homeschool like Snowline Academy, or whether it be in distance learning, all those fronts being safe for kids to be able to make that occur. And in the last slide, I would just say this: if I've been saying this for a few years, that the notion of working together. I've had the good fortune of being in this community for well over 30 years because I was a student way back in the day, and COVID-19 certainly didn't exist by any stretch in the early 80s and whenever I was in school. But boy, if there's ever a time for us to work together, it's now, and I'm so very thankful to be in a community that's willing to do that. I say it often. I'm going to steal from Margaret Mead here again, that, never doubt a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens that can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing it ever has. I love that Margaret Mead quote because I feel like I've seen that to this point. We're going to need it more than ever to make whatever design happen. You see the proposal we put forward as we go to that last slide here. We're going to need to commit, like Margaret Mead has said, and continue to do that. Because I'm sure you have questions, you have recommendations, and it's ultimately at your primary goal to provide us with the direction as we look to try to serve this community. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being oh so very polite and respectful to listen up until this point. And boy, would love to hear from all of you now.
Madam President?
Yes.
Am I back on?
You are.
I promise I won't push any more buttons.
Thank you.
But anyway, I got back in time. First of all, I'd like to thank the superintendent, Dr. Holman, all the assistant superintendents, all the people that participated in this, principals, classroom teachers, parents, everybody, for helping them out. It doesn't look like my colleagues, the district administrators, site administrators have been getting much sleep, and they've been trying to figure this thing out. They've been thrown a curveball, and and I think they're doing an outstanding job. So I just want to publicly thank them. The two items options that I'm interested in, that I support strongly, is the independent study with our online program we're currently doing, and I'd like to read this, is first, the district needs to provide the very best homeschool online program in the high desert. This choice needs to provide for families that do not want their children returning to school at a school site. We need to actively publicize our online program to our community. We need to explain and show parents that we will meet student needs through the online platform, and parents will feel comfortable that their child will still receive the finest education possible. With this program, I would also like to attract students from outside our district. I want every parent in the high desert to know that Snowline is a place for online learning. Lastly, is my understanding that the chance of students getting COVID-19 at school is rare, but the chance does exist. Again, for those families that have this concern, online school is a great option for them. And so I want to make that. So I'm in favor of the online. The other one that I would be in favor is a 5-day conventional school. And the reason for it is that it's, in my opinion, that parents need to make this decision on how their children should return to school. It's a tough decision, but it's their decision. I don't want an elected board telling parents how they should educate their kids. That's a parent decision. And so it's very important. I have a little caveat, and I could go with a 5-day, but I'd like to suggest hearing this is if students went to a 4-day regular school and complete distant learning on just the 5th day. This option was suggested to me from the community that I represent for the following reasons. A student will be back at school. This means the students who learn best with in-person teaching, this is an option. Teachers will teach their regular lessons during the first 4 days. They'll also be available on the 5th day for online phone answer student parent questions. Additionally, this day will give teachers time to work in their department teams, lessons, plans, grades, and or build online curriculum. This is important because the state might mandate total online learning of our classroom teachers in district will need to be prepared. At district, we need to make sure that the planning time and support is built into the schedule. Our job is to support our staff, to give them the time and to create effective lessons that will inspire, motivate, educate, and positively transform our students. Deep cleaning needs to be implemented on the 5th day. If deep cleaning is completed on the last day of school, this allows 3 days before students return. This is important because according to Harvard Health Publishing, it takes 3 days for the COVID-19 to disappear on hard surfaces. 4-day regular classrooms will allow our CTA students, those are the hands-on learning classes, which the majority of our students at the high school level are involved in. Classes get those hands-on learning experience and certificates that they'll need to be successful in the future careers. And the reason I suggest this is, number one, is exactly what Assistant Superintendent of Classroom Education stated. We need to give the teachers time. 2 days at the beginning of the year is not enough time to do all this line, because if you're, I'm a veteran of the classroom for many, many years. And there's a big difference between an in-class instructor and an online instructor. It's like two different jobs. And you have to approach it that way. We need to give the time to our teachers every week so they can plan out the next week, the next 2 weeks. So if we have a snow day, it's online. Go to the online and complete your assignment. There's no need for a snow day. There's no need for a mud day. If they can do that. If we have an issue someplace within the district, it's all online for them. The classroom teachers better teachers because they'll be planning out for 2 weeks, and they'll do a better job in-house than if you plan out, because once school starts and you have kids all 5 days, teaching is a tough gig, and you don't have time to reevaluate, design new curriculum on the fly. I'm all in support of them taking their 2 days to try to figure this out. But I really feel that we need to have 4 days in class, that 5th day, for the reasons I've given, and it would allow that COVID-19, if it does show up, it's rare, but it could happen. It'll give it time to disappear before the kids get back on Monday. 5 days, it's only 2 days before students come back. And so that would be my suggestion and recommendation. I'm totally against the 2 days in and the distance learning. I'm a classroom teacher. I know that the high achieving students and the students that are college bound, they'll do all the assignments. That's about 30% of the population. The other 70, when they leave the schoolroom building, oh well, school's over, and they don't return to school until they get back. It's just a fact of life. That's a reason we always said, my entire teaching career, if you want to get a decent grade in my class, be there every day. You have a chance of receiving a decent grade. If you miss school, you miss out. And by having this online program from 3 days a week, I think it's going to be a disaster for a kid. There's no research behind it. There's no data behind it. The 4-day schools up in Colorado, the little bit of research, and I've asked the district administrators, and I think they're researching it right now, that actually the achievement level went up slightly, but it didn't hurt the kids. This 2 days could be a disaster for our kids, and it could be for a long time. So I'm totally opposed to that. So I'm for the online school through our academy, and I'm for the 5-day or the 4-day class. And hopefully we'll give that 1 day to our teachers so they can get prepared and have everything online. Because this is just my personal opinion. I think before this is over with, we're going to be back online again. And this will give them an opportunity to prepare those lessons and be prepared for that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Dr. Holman, did you want to respond?
Well, I certainly can at least give some feedback. First and foremost, I'll just say thanks to Member Nielsen for all that you shared. Thank you for that proposal, and we'll be at the ready to answer questions. Throughout. So I don't know, President Behringer, how you might want to do that, other than to say that I want to make sure that I can follow the collective direction that all of you want. If you want me to respond to each one, or listen to everybody and then go forward from there.
I would like to hear a response to Member Nielsen's comments.
Yeah, thanks. So I'll call my colleagues here too, but I'll start off by saying I think absolutely his design is certainly one that could work. And if I understand it correctly, he's saying instead of the 5 days, it's 4 days for all the reasons that he mentioned. A couple of things to keep in mind, though, as we think about that 4 days versus 5. Why we said 5 is to really try to maximize time for kids, right? Just the notion of, that Snowline schools are best for kids. So just know that was our thinking. I'm not passing judgment on either one there, but that was our thinking, was to maximize kid time 5 days a week. Secondarily, what I want to emphasize, I really appreciate the commitment that Member Nielsen has about that deep cleaning. I want to really be clear that that the concept of deep cleaning and maybe even more directly disinfection is really critical. And we're reshaping the way that we've done that work now to ensure that we can do really levels of deep cleaning and disinfection every day. I think Member Nielsen's plan is great for 1 day, but I want to see that every day. So Robert Chacon, do you mind opening up your microphone to speak a little bit more to the plan that we've reshaped, because I don't know if everyone has heard that yet.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Ryan. And a big thanks to Rick and his custodian supervisors and the team that's been really working on this plan. I'm really just the messenger here, to be quite honest with the group. They've been really looking at how to reinvent their department. And I know we've been talking a lot about that, that reinvention over these last couple of weeks, but honestly, that's what we're doing. We're really making a distinction between sanitizing and cleaning. So instead of possibly dusting or vacuuming, we're really going to be taking a close look at sanitizing our classrooms. So that's going to be happening throughout the day, campus wide, right? We're going to be looking at all those common touch areas, all those common touch surfaces, door handles, countertops, light switches, all those public spaces where traffic is maybe a little higher, a little more concentrated than others. And then really focusing on those efforts in the classrooms in the evenings once students had left. So, like I said, instead of maybe vacuuming nightly like we maybe have been in the past, maybe that's going to happen once a week. So we could spend more time on disinfecting and sanitizing our classrooms. It's really just juggling the minutes around and doing things differently, so we can make sure that we're combating not just COVID-19, but as we get into flu season and all those other things, right? We could better combat those sicknesses and viruses moving forward. So.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. And then in Member Nielsen's real viable option here, I just want to have some other considerations. One would be Senate Bill 98 and AB 77. Again, want to drive home what was said earlier by, I think, my colleagues, that there are contact requirements. And so that fourth day, that there's still requirements for attendance and contacts. We'd have to work out ways to ensure that occurs. I know both Dennis Zimmerman and Alan Miller are more experts on Senate Bill 98 and AB 77, but it's a consideration that, I want to say maybe can't be overcome, but it's something to keep in mind as you ask President Behringer to respond. And then I'll say this and maybe turn it over to Dennis Zimmerman. Staffing would be really critical in this regard. I want to be really clear that when we talk about distance learning, we talk about in-person, we're not talking about that juggling that was in the survey. Dennis, can you talk about as best you can? I kind of say as best you can right now, because one, we don't know what plan we're landing on, but two, we don't know where the kids are going to land quite yet as well. But I know you've done really well to think about the potential puzzle and how those parts get moved around and what those responsibilities are for those teachers as you work with also negotiations. Dennis?
Oh, most definitely. Every school year, there's a lot of work to do between July 14th and the first day of school. This year, there is that much and more, and it's different work. but it's still all in the name of doing everything we always want to do, which is keep students, staff, community safe and provide an awesome education, as well as opportunity and choices to our community. We will be working with, bargaining units as we need to adjust where we need staffing, because not knowing exactly where enrollment is going to come back, what options parents are going to choose, we're going to need to be flexible, nimble, and long working between now and the start of school, and possibly even into the school year to have to make some staffing adjustments. Staff is wanting to work with that. Staff is reaching out to volunteer to work, in that regard. And we also have to look at the reason we're in this unique situation, which is due to COVID-19. So there are considerations that will be taken into consideration, as we adjust staffing where we need it most.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. And then Alan, too, if you want to open up your mic just in case. Oh, yeah, go ahead there, Member Nancy.
I appreciate everybody's comment. I'm not suggesting we only clean the rooms once a week. They need to be cleaned every day. The deep cleaning is where they clean the floors. So it was suggested they're only going to vacuum once a week. Well, I have to tell you, the floor is one of the dirtiest surfaces in a campus, and there's ways of disinfecting it. That's what you do on that day that you have the whole day off with the custodial staff. It can be done. And so I just want to clarify that. They need to disinfect the rooms every day. And there needs to be disinfectors in the classroom that kids can use to disinfect their desk or whatever it is. There needs to be hand sanitizers because they said they're going to wash their hands. Most of the classrooms do not have a sink in them. So we have to have hand sanitizers in those classes for those students that want to use that kind of stuff. But that's another issue down the road a little bit.
Yeah, but I appreciate you sharing your expertise with us there, Member Nielsen, and all important ones and all valid ones, and the ordering I just chuckle because the ordering we're doing and trying to procure all these items. Director Karen Stevens has just done an awesome job trying to do that. Your point's a great one there for sure, there, Member Nielsen.
And I'm praying for every one of you. You guys are doing a great job. Don't think for a minute I don't think anybody's not doing a great job. You're all doing a great job.
Yeah, no, thank you. You're always real open about that. We appreciate that, Member Nielsen. I just want to go back to Alan Miller, though, just real quickly. Alan, because you really know about the Senate Bill 98 and AB 77. Again, it's not something that's insurmountable, but just want to bring to the attention. And when we talk about a 4-day plan, what has to be considered when we talk about that contact time and ensuring that's occurring, Alan?
Yeah, thank you again, Ryan. Just really getting in and doing my homework with the respective bills. We just have to be really, really careful that in regards to funding, that we are compliant, totally black and white compliance regarding these bills and what they're asking for. And I'm even seeking more clarity through webinars that I've been attending and just talking to colleagues across the high desert, because as we know, a lot of the things that have come down can be interpreted differently. So we do want to be careful and make sure that we're landing on the right interpretation of these bills and what we're supposed to be doing. And compliance is important, but we want to make sure we're doing the right thing for kids. And I want to say that, I would argue that the other enemy outside of COVID-19 that we're going to be dealing with for a long time to come is learning loss. And we owe it to be able to remedy the intellectual side of the house for our students. And that includes all kids, not just kids that we're already struggling with academic achievement gaps, but we're talking about kids in the middle and the high, line of learning. And what I worry about my own daughter, who I consider pretty high functioning. I'm very concerned about her loss of learning in the last quarter of school. So, that's what I'm very passionate about, very committed to, is to get these kids up and running full speed ahead and to make as many gains as possible regarding their academic learning as possible moving forward, just like we all are.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Mr. Miller. You are right. But the question I have is the other option where the kids only go to school 2 days a week, and then they're going to be homeschooled for 3 days a week. This option is they're going to be in the classroom for 4 days, and they're only going to be distant learning for 1 day. And so I think it'd be a lot easier to do the assignments, and I think they could support that in-room classroom, because you are right. You want to get those kids up and going, get them in the classroom, and they're going to start achieving. And so I think that whatever system we were going to use for the 2 days in school and the 3 days at home would sure work for 4 days in school and 1 day at home. I think we could do the same things. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, Member Nielsen, thanks for that clarity there. And again, I think that's what it really comes down to amongst all. If I were to summarize my thoughts on it, President Behringer, turn it back over to you for facilitation amongst your colleagues, and more feedback is an 80%, contact time versus 100%. And I think that's why we landed on the 100. But very clearly, what Member Nielsen said, it is doable. We're just hopefully sharing with you the reasons why we put forth 100%. But we're at the ready to take the direction for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious, what would parents do with their students on that day 5 of the week when they're away at work Monday through Friday? What happens to those children? Member Funk, did you have experience in Colorado with this?
With the 4 day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the school district next to ours went to it. The first year was kind of a pilot year for the state, and it presented problems and some opportunities at the same time. Parents, the first 3 months didn't like it because it was change. Students didn't like it because it was change. Administrators and faculty staff didn't like it because it was change. By Christmas time, people were on board with it. That I know that district was successful in its pilot, and then other districts followed suit. So I think it had success. I think your question is valid about they did that and rolled it out over the period of a year and a half with very intentional plans and modifications, and we're kind of sneaking this in. I appreciate Member Nelson's thoughts on it. I also would consider it a 4 day week, but it's apples to oranges in the sense that school district really had a lot of time to get feedback from parents and teachers and students, whereas it's July 14th, we're a month away, and we're asking for this change and that change and this change. So, or maybe it's an opportunity. If we're going to change things, maybe we do it all at once. So just to be clear, it's one was intentional and had a lot of feedback. The other one is quite, oh, by the way, let's also do this. So
Right. I'm in favor of the easing into it method, but this opportunity doesn't lend itself to that at this time. So, because there has been discussion of grooming that type of model for future years. But at this point, I don't know how viable that would be. It's kind of a big surprise for everybody at this time. Are there any other comments? I know that Member Colomb had a question concerning the number of cases that were cited as 127 in our region. He was curious as to how many of them were school aged, but I don't know that we have that breakdown.
I did find out, well, Dennis gave me some info on that, but I did look up one thing that was kind of parallel to that fatalities among the age group 0 to 29 in San Bernardino County is 0, which I found somewhat comforting. Dennis, go ahead and answer that.
Sure. In the last report that was available from San Bernardino County Public Health, they listed by school district boundaries positive cases of school-age students over this time frame, and if you have more than 11 or more cases with school-age children, which they considered age 5 to 19, they list the actual number of cases. If you have less than 11, so somewhere from 0 to 10, they just list it as less than 11. So we are listed as less than 11, but we have no idea whether that is 0 or 10 specifically, as far as that goes. So we know we're in that lowest category, but but we don't know what the specific number is.
Mm-hmm. It's a low number though, and that's good.
Yeah, it is. And thanks, Dennis, for sharing what you did. I can just add a little more detail to that if it's helpful. And he may be listening in. Our representative on the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, that the county board is Hardy Brown, and he actually provided me with information leading up to this. This is what Dennis is alluding to. We have those data, and specifically feeling in that time from the ages of 5 to 19 since March, we've had 6 kids. I say kids, but it's up to 19 years old, right? 6. And then what gets difficult, none in Wrightwood, that's listed amongst all of our communities. Oak Hills is listed too, but we don't know the boundaries, but 4 in Oak Hills. So it could be all 4 on that side or this side. And then beyond that, no other of our communities are listed. So, a little loose data there, or details to add to what Dennis said. And I want to thank Hardy Brown, again, the third, who provided that, information for us just right in front of me, but we all have that. We just didn't have it at our fingertips. So thanks to Hardy for providing that.
Very good.
Can I make a few more comments or questions? So I'm still not totally clear. Our parents, I'm for the 5-day, but what I want to know, do parents have the choice? Can they say, I want 5-day or distance or Snowline? Or are they, if we make the decision 5-day, all parents must make 5-day, and some can do Snowline Academy, or what? Tell me on that.
I think if I understand your question correctly, it's the first one that you said, right? Is these parents are going to have a chance to choose one of the 3, right? And so 100% of our parents, guardians, and families will ultimately be able to choose. For the 7,500 roughly kids we have, a little less than that, be able to choose either that 5-day, or for wherever you land on the I'll call it in-person learning, right? In-person learning, or go to Snowline Academy, or go to a distance learning model that would be, guidance by the teacher at the site, but at home the full time.
Yeah, taking Heritage as an example, not all 100% of the families have to agree to a 5-day on-site instructional week.
And
so, okay, let's say you got a high school student and they choose distance learning and they're taking biology, let's say. And the parent says, you know what? I'm good. I want my child to go, into the classroom. Will there be enough coordination, curricular wise, so that they can step from distance learning back into the classroom without having, missed certain units or anything like that? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Totally makes sense. And remember, Columbia, you asked the toughest question. That's the most appropriate one, right? In Toronto High School, they're probably the caveat and anomaly, to be quite honest. And I probably didn't say that very well. There was part of that one slide show that they were, a little bit different. Actually, we're working really hard. I want to thank Dennis Zimmerman for his leadership in this regard, and the leaders out at Toronto High School, to be developing a modified schedule that will allow for 5 days. They've got, I would argue, the bones and a lot of meat to that. But there's still work to be done, because you live it there. Remember, Colombo, as a teacher, that's probably the most challenging environment, is to negotiate a master schedule for over 2,000 kids. And if 53% or 54% are coming, I mean, there might be a number, a wide range there, but to try to build a new schedule that will allow for us to meet the minutes that are required now under COVID-19, and try to get a master schedule to work. And again, I'm sorry we don't have that finished product, but know that Dennis Zimmerman's heading that piece up. And Dennis, would you add anything to that? With the leadership out at Toronto and the good work being done by that task force.
Now we're waiting for the direction this evening to go beyond some of the discussions that we've had, because within that, as Dr. Holman shared in the presentation, is we're still doing everything to keep staff and students safe on campus and following those guidelines too. And so it is our hypothesis, based on data that we've received in the surveys, that the older the students, the more they are likely to return to school if we give an in-person option, where more younger students are likely to choose an at-home option with their families. And again, that's yet to be seen when we actually ask people to make a commitment, but that's been what the survey data has been showing us. And so we are looking at some alternative options to help do what you're saying, Board Member Cologne, because we want students to have the flexibility to move back and forth between options, but we know that's going to be most difficult at the high school level, once we've assigned teachers to support those kids. And so we'll see where that comes. And we'll also work with, again, bargaining units within that too, because they're hearing this information for the first time, because we did not want to go out to them before we came to you, the board, first.
I'm wondering if you could, let's just say the biology class had 20 students. I wonder if you could add 10 distance learning students to their roster so that they were basically doing the same thing. But that's just, I don't want to get into that. That's just an idea I had. So in my way of thinking, if we're going to do distance learning, or if it's going to occur or may occur in the future, it should be different than independent study. So I think right now, because of distance learning is in its infancy. So teachers don't know what to do with that. So they just, basically give packets or some kind of independent study, which really isn't any different than Snowline. So if teachers are going to resort to independent study, then parents would be better served going to distance Snowline Academy, where it's actually set up as independent study. So I think if we're going to do distance learning, we need to have the teacher interaction daily, like you were mentioning. I was trying to imagine, a chemistry class or a biology class or any kind of class in high school where the teacher would, lecture or, present how to do problems or solve problems in class. And then my mind jumped to, okay, are they going to do this for 5 periods a day like they would do if they were at school? Are they going to have, say, 150 students all on Google Meets presenting a lesson? Otherwise, I don't know how they individually interact with all their students. Video conferencing I can see, but the logistics of that, I don't know if you guys have done that or thought about that or other. In other words, if we're going to have distance learning and there's going to be teacher interaction, what does that look like? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah. Thanks, Member Cologne. I have to just say, let me backtrack here a little bit. Serrano is the caveat again, right? And then, Dennis said it very, very well. Still a lot of work to be done. We've done the basic work with them, and whether or not they can make that distance learning piece, or if just Snowline Academy is the only other option for them, or that remains to be seen. But I know they're committed to doing that work to determine what can be done. But they are really the largest anomaly in that regard because of the challenges that you mentioned and so forth. The comprehensive high school trying to make all 3 work. We're hopeful, but they'll be able to, based on the direction you give all of us, we'll be able to get that detail out. Alan, anything else you'd add to distance learning? I mean, I see you as really heading up that piece quite well, and I may have missed some things that I didn't add that should be told.
You said it perfectly, Ryan. Yes, in regards to distance learning, as it's hosted at the home school, if you will, is much easier at the elementary level. Maybe not so easy, but still doable at the middle school level, because we still have a pretty good sized cadre of multiple subject teachers that I won't say realistically, but could feasibly take on a group of class in a self-contained setting, even at the middle school, if they have that multiple subject credential. At the high school, it becomes much more tricky, because you have all single subject credentials at the high school. So doing that distance learning hosted through Serrano, I don't want to say it's undoable, but it becomes much more challenging, because you really have to have a perfect alignment of stars in regards to subject area teachers teaching remotely and then being able to work with that group of remote kids. So the most feasible option at the high school is Snowline Academy.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I think that's what you mentioned too, Mr. Cologne, Member Cologne.
Right. So do you have, will you plan on asking teachers in the secondary school or the middle schools what their plans are, so that it doesn't become, if we do distance learning, what their plans are in terms of teacher interaction with the students, so that it doesn't become just an independent study program?
Yeah, well
Maybe
said.
I wouldn't expect a lesson, but at least maybe a distance learning plan. This is what my class is going to look like, or something.
Yes. Thanks, Member Cologne. A lot of work being done on that. In fact, we were in a meeting today, Alan. You want to speak to the meeting that we were talking about today and the level of change that's at the works for distance learning, whenever we may go to that, right?
Once again, we come down to Assembly Bill 98, and with the parameters that they set and the recommendations, although not totally micro in nature, they still give us some solid lines to draw on the sandbox in which to operate. And that's what we need to be. I mean, we owe it to our teachers to set those expectations up front of what they're expected to do to be within compliance. But at the same time, we want to honor their autonomy in the way that they work with their students, just like we normally would in a traditional high school setting, or a classroom setting. But we definitely, Steve, what you said totally resonated with me. We don't want it turning into an independent study where kids are just being turned loose on packets or assignments in which they're not getting any kind of direct instruction or support to make sure that they're successful in mastering the academic outcomes.
I have a question. Whoever's heading that up and looking into what those options are, is the Canvas platform being researched so that there's synchronous learning, so that there's kids in the seats and then there's kids remotely receiving the lecture and the instruction and the assignment?
Yeah, so the quick answer to that is yes. That's actually the meeting that we were in today. Al and I were part of that, and credit to Toronto High School for using their distance learning task force. And there's the piece there, Member Cologne, right? So again, I'll say it, if we have to go to distance learning per an executive order, right, like we did on March 13th, Toronto High School already has a task force that Alan, a little bit of a spoiler alert, right, Alan? But he's going to be asking for your support on this because of the Canvas platform that will be able to provide, again, 100% distance learning when we're required to do so. But remember, Cologne's questions are the toughest ones to answer because we're still in that investigative stage. That's Toronto High School, allowing those, as Alan said very well, those teachers to be able to determine, what can be done in that regard, or if it's just Snowline Academy. So thanks for bringing that up, President Behringer. You give us a preview of a conversation during administrative comments.
Well, how will we be updated on that, though? I'm with Steve in that if we're truly offering three options, and Serrano is an anomaly, are they really only having two options?
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I'm sorry I don't have that answer here. Maybe the first answer is, how are we going to be updated? We're going to, regularly. We're just going to have to keep you posted because I think Dennis said it very well. So we've gone as far as we feel like we can without the direction from all of you to be able to move forward. With that direction, to be quite frank, as challenging as all the work has been for these wonderful colleagues and this entire learning community I get to witness, I think I've honestly got the easiest job because everyone does the work. That's so very hard. The hard work starts tomorrow or whenever you give us the direction, because we've got these general ideas and then we'd have to fill you in based upon what we find and so forth. But that's the one piece, again, the hardest questions to answer right now. Because we're looking for those final answers.
I understand.
I just had
more questions.
Just a couple more comments. I previewed the middle school online materials for science, and it was pretty cool in a way because you could actually do that completely without a teacher if it had to be done. So, I mean, that's kind of good news. If you had to do independent study in middle school science, you guys got a great program there. And the other thing I was going to ask is about antibody testing and testing in general. Is there? I mean, I think it would be useful to know what staff, especially, had antibodies to COVID, to know, what their risk factors are. Do you know anything about antibody testing?
So remember, Glenn, when you talk about antibody testing, I know that I want to thank James Fields because he did really well to establish testing in our community, right? We brought that to our community, you know about that. I know at that point in time, the antibody test was available. If people had signed up in advance, they had the ability to take advantage of it within our own boundaries at Quail Valley Middle School back a few weeks ago, the antibody testing. I know James Fields is considered to try to bring another event like that out before the school year starts. But in terms of antibody testing beyond that, are you talking about on a much more regular basis?
Well, I thought that testing was just for COVID positive or negative. I didn't think it was for antibody.
Yeah, so the antibody option was available. Again, it couldn't be a walk-up individual. You had to have the appointment, established in advance. I was a walk-up individual, so I got the COVID-19 test taking place, the nasal swab, but I couldn't have the antibody because it has to be done in advance. So again, thanks to James Fields, who's working on that. I talked to him a few days, I think it was the end of last week, and he's trying to get feedback from San Bernardino County Department of Public Health on that. So we'll keep you posted on that as well.
If you donate blood, you automatically get that test.
I would just think it would assuage a lot of people's fears if they could walk into school and say, I'm safe, because they had the antibodies.
Any other comments? Member
We've got
Colomb?
a few.
For me, I'm done. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, Member Colomb, you're done. Member Hernandez, please.
Thank you. I guess first, Steve, the antibody test is showing to decrease its effectiveness within a very short time afterwards. And so just because you have antibodies at one point, within months, you'll be viable for host again to the virus. So I've been following that antibody testing for a while, and it's not proving out to be effective for treatment. Therapeutic maybe, but they're working on a lot of that stuff. So Dr. Holman, everybody else, thank you very much for your presentation on your recommendations for reopening. I'm intrigued by a lot of the options and opportunities that you're presenting, but am very surprised by those recommendations. As you know, Hesperia has already elected that they will not have in-person classrooms starting until much further notice. And I understand that they do have a more local issue with outbreak, but it's not like we're talking about a distant town or somewhere across the state. It's across the freeway. We share folks, we share restaurants, we share everything about this community with them. So that's particularly interesting that while Hesperia has decided not to do it, that you're recommending that we do go to an in-classroom, albeit in various options. I guess the first quick question, was there collaboration between the districts in the decision on how the districts are moving forward, or was it done independently of each other?
Yeah, thanks, Member Hernandez. The answer to that is yes. In collaboration, board, we're in contact. I would say 20, well, not quite 24/7, but maybe like 20 hours a day, but certainly 7 days a week via group text, and we have regular meetings each week. So certainly aware of not only Hesperia, but Apple Valley and really every district and what they're planning to do. But I will also say those plans are changing on a regular basis as well.
I mean, knowing that LA and San Diego have both now decided that they will start distant learning also. I mean, you're talking, 500,000 million kids? So
Not the OC, though.
What's that?
Not the OC.
Yeah, that's rather surprising. they need to. Those guys are out of control right now. And so listening to all of the presentation, I'm rather dubious that this plan is plausible. We have been talking about distancing within class, distancing on campus. Basically, if basic math serves me right, if we were to cut the classroom in half to be able to properly socially distance everybody, we're only looking at taking a school back at 50% capacity. However, we have a survey that shows 60+% are ready to come back to campus full time. That may be not evenly distributed. You could have sites that have 70, 80%. You just cannot socially distance anybody if you start getting that those levels of on-campus population. Is there any idea of limiting the number of students that can enroll on campus?
Sorry, Member Hernandez, for being slow on that mute there. Yes, again, that's where I go back to that communication, how critical it will be to try to get that feedback as rapidly as possible. Your point's well taken. The most recent follow-up survey is 53.7%, right, was the number, right? We went down from 61% to 53.7%. So the plans are predicated on that. But you're right. And Dennis likes to say very often, right, that kids and classrooms don't come in nice, even packages. And so to be quite frank, we're not going to know that. And so we absolutely have to have, plans in place to address that. But one of which is, as I talked about, is not just social distancing, but beyond social distancing, the things like partitions and, that we're adding to the equation to try to make this feasible. All the while knowing that I just have to take this opportunity to reinforce something that I think that would be important for you and all your colleagues to hear is monitoring the data on a regular basis. And doing that with Director Corwin Porter that Robert Chacon and I have done already and will continue to do, because as we see that change, we might have to make a change between whatever we decide at whatever point is direction is given to us and before we get to August, because this isn't static. And I think you've alluded to that very well, that we're going to have to consider making changes at every single day, maybe week by week, to be quite frank.
You bring up the partitions. Surprised that we've already moved forward with that concept. Having in partitions, now you have essentially tenfolded the surfaces that the virus can reside. Masks alone have proven that they are more effective than barriers. Now you will have to disinfect those every time a child changes seats. How is that going to happen every 50 minutes?
Yeah, so depending on the school site there, or the school level is probably a better way of saying that. Member Hernandez, right? Elementary, and I'll give credit to Alan Miller because he spoke to this in a different construct, and that was how elementary school looks different from looks different from high school. So the elementary school level, that's a self-contained class typically, right? So you're talking about the same child in that same setting throughout the course of the day. When you talk about kids who might be mobile, we've had that conversation with our leaders as possibilities. And getting back to the ordering, getting to the ordering afterward, I'll say that maybe they transfer, or they travel with those. If they travel with those from place to place, we have to consider that. The other piece would be an ordering. This has been a real challenge for all of us. And I say that because we've got specific COVID-19 safety funding available to us that can only be spent on that. And for us to capitalize on that, we had to make some decisions to ensure that we're going to move forward. So wherever we land, we know that, well, I shouldn't say we know, we are thinking that we'll have obviously clear use for this at some point, dependent upon whenever we start to ensure the safety there. So that's why those, decisions are made to try to procure a product. It's been so hard to get PPE for sure.
And my last item, possibly if I can get through all my notes, the concept of thermal scanning everybody entering campus. Recently had to visit Kaiser, and they have a very nice system set up where as you enter the door, there's a thermal camera monitoring everybody coming in, and without identifying individually, it will show you somebody is or may have an elevated temperature. Have concepts like that been talked about, as well as entry point sanitation or wash stations, and limiting the number of entry points on campus?
Yes, thanks. They all yes to all of that, and I'll allow Robert Chacon to speak to some of the details because he knows it better. But specific to that term, thermal scans, we talk about wellness checks, right? Training up everyone to be able to understand that we've got to be ever vigilant all the time to be able to say, "Hey, little Ryan Holman, you don't look well. Let's make sure we address you." Now, getting back to the thermal scans, I really appreciate how you worded that, Member Hernandez. There's a real delicate balance with the concept of thermal scans, right? We have to first and foremost protect privacy, right? And I think you alluded to that. So I'm so glad how you worded that, because many times what we see out on the news and what we see in other countries, if not even our countries, that those thermal scans are really giving away little Ryan Holman's temperature, right? And showing that, hey, little Ryan Holman's got a 101. Oh, he must have COVID. And you can just see the domino, right, that can occur in that regard. So thanks for saying it that way. So we've really investigated some other solutions. Robert, do you want to talk about at least the possibilities, knowing that we've got a lot of work still to be done, but the possibilities specific to what Member Hernandez said? I think it's a real appropriate conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. And yeah, great question, Marcus. Karen Stevens and Jerry and Mary in our purchasing department, they've been looking at all of those options. They're working with some of our neighboring districts as well, as they're trying to, look at thermal scans. They're looking at their units similar to an X-ray machine almost. You would walk through them. They're looking at cameras. So all those things are currently being explored. We kind of have timelines on for lead time on a lot of those products. I will tell you, we haven't landed on one particular one, to be quite honest. We are definitely concerned about the privacy aspect of it. So we're trying to figure out the best solution and how to address those wellness checks as students and staff are coming onto our campuses.
Remember, Hernandez, you had something attached to that I didn't answer. My apologies, because you talked. It was sanitation station, water hand washing stations.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I address that. And so I'm going to go back again to Robert Chacon in just a bit. But I really appreciate. I smile with this design, because you talk about being creative, innovative, and still meeting safety needs. I really appreciate the work that's being done by Director Rick Dawson and his team. Robert.
Yeah, Rick and Jose and the crew, they are developing an in-house hand washing station. Actually, it would be able to attach to hose bibs that are throughout our school sites. We were having issues procuring hand washing stations. The cost of hand washing stations was also extremely high. We even looked into renting them, having a monthly rental agreement. We looked at all those things, and ultimately our operations crew said, you know what, I think we could do this better. So they did. And so they came up with their own solution. Those will be going into our school sites as well, so they're readily available for our staff and students.
Oh, very good. Very good. And I guess you touched on it a little bit earlier, and it could be embedded in the details, but in the event of positive contact is our contact tracing plan.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, there is a plan, and specifically it revolves around San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, right? They're our first contact. They're the ones who would contact us based upon verification of a COVID-19 case, whether it be adult, a child, and whatnot. And they have protocols. Robert Chacon and I have been privy to that with Director Corwin Porter. Dennis Zerna has done a great job. He's privy to that those steps that are taken as well, all the while knowing that we're part of that tracing. We really are. I mean, Corwin Porter was very clear with that we're one of those front lines of tracing too, in the event that occurs. And so based upon that tracing, the determination is really built upon a couple things. One is it's either isolating that student, that family, that classroom, that school, or potentially the district. And it gets down to the tracing. And so that tracing has to occur. One of the real key points that they talk about in the tracing process that I want to mention here so that everyone can hear is the notion of the power and social distancing, in particular, 15 minutes of contact with less than 6 feet of distance. And so if that's occurring, that's what stops a tracing process. So again, we're part of that, and we have to be committed to doing that as is necessary based on what Corin Porter, the director, talked about. Robert, anything else you'd add to that?
Yeah, no, I think he was, like you said, Ryan, he was really clear that, that tracing piece really lands on our plate, and, reiterating that 15 minutes. That was news to me, actually, learning from him, that's what kind of instigates that tracing process, 15 minutes within 6 feet. So a good tidbit of info from them for sure.
Okay, I guess my only other comment would be that this entire discussion so far has surrounded our students, our largest stakeholder here, but wanted to make sure that all of our staff know that we are here for them as well. And any plans that we have or are ready to discuss in terms of those that are considered of a higher risk group, whether by condition or otherwise. Any ideas what we are, I don't know, any plans there with those folks?
Yeah, I give credit to Dennis Zimmerman and all the staff. And our original survey, the first one that went out in June, we asked for, we just asked in the survey where are people, but certainly there are a lot of privacy situations that are involved with that, but we're certainly prepared to support them as best we can. And Dennis, you want to talk about what you have done, what you are doing, and what you will be doing based upon direction, because I know this has been right in your wheelhouse, if you will.
No, most definitely. We currently have over 100 staff at work here in July, and then obviously we'll have more staff coming back in the next few weeks. But we will interact with each staff member that that lets us know that there is a concern, and going through an interactive process with them so we can figure out what's going to be best for them within the protocols given by their doctor and within the allowances that we can make as an employer. We want to work with everybody, but each situation is going to be unique, handled individually, handled confidentially, for us to do that. And as different things possibly happen, and staff are doing different things, people are going to talk and think, oh, what happened there? And again, we've got to keep it in a small box because we're a tight-knit community. And when people don't get answers they think they're entitled to because of somebody's privacy, sometimes rumors get out there, so we're going to do our best to avoid all of that. And like I said, work with our learning community because they're ours. We're family. We are part of that learning community. We could be, susceptible as well. And so, yes, definitely things in place. Team here in HR has been working very hard on that. Denise Hignite and James Fields have taken a lead on a lot of that, and we're working through it now, and we'll continue on into the future.
Member Funk, you have some questions? Unmute.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. This is hard stuff. This is some heady stuff. I support that and commend you for coming up with 3 options. I think it's great. I have a lot of concern for COVID and the coronavirus. It's real, and we have to take it serious. And so opening was a struggle for me, but I think what helped me the most is when I went on the website for the American Academy of Pediatricians and the direction they give on the importance of children being back in school. Because some of the numbers that go along with mental health of them being not in school are staggering. Depression, anxiety, and stress all went up. Just in April 2020, a call center that dealt with suicide and anxiety and depression went up 1,000%. So The number of suicides during this time has gone up 19% for school age kids. Runaways have gone up, which leads toward sex trafficking. The drug use has gone up, and then the numbers just don't get better as we separate ourselves. So COVID's real, and we have to deal with COVID, but we also need to look at the whole child. And so the concern is, how do we get these students that need to be back in school? And I think you've done that with a good plan. And I think I commend you for also coming up with 2 other options as well. So my questions are this, is one, back to the Chromebooks. Is that a reality? Am I understanding that all students in Snowline, kindergarten through 12th, or please correct me, will be receiving Chromebooks? I have follow-up if the answer is yes.
Yes. So the answer is yes, but also know that we're dependent upon delivery. To be quite frank, those delivery schedules have been really backed up. But I will say, if those not even if, Member Funk, but when those delivery timelines are met, we will have one-to-one device for every single child in Snowline. Robert, do you have any? What's the latest estimation on when? I know that's the question of all questions, but I want to make sure Member Funk gets that if you have that.
Yeah, sorry, we don't, but as soon as we do, we'll make sure we get it out to you guys. Really, like I said, Rick and Karen Stevens were really out in front of the curve on this. So we're really hoping that they show up here in the next, 3-4 weeks. Okay. But just realize that we still have to inventory them, upload software, process them. So we're going to need a little grace getting into the school year, but we're close. And district wide, we're already pretty close to one-on-one. We really are. So it wasn't a huge leap for us to get to one-on-one. So.
That being said, will students take Chromebooks home with them?
Go ahead, Robert. Yeah, you can just keep going.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we have a plan for that as well. So what we're really looking at, and really this it was really recommended through our task force or task groups that have been working on this reopening plan. Those task groups, if you remember, were broken up between grade levels. So we had an elementary, a middle, and a high school, and a non-traditional task group. So really the input came back from that group. Our elementary school students, we're going to keep those in class. So they will be assigned a specific Chromebook. It will be theirs. They will use the same machine each and every day. If in fact we end up in distance learning, they will receive their machine. At the secondary level, since they are moving class to class, it made more sense that they took their machine with them and transported it back and forth. We will have some additional machines in case of breakage. We'll have additional charging cables. We're kind of working on all those pieces in the background as well. Kind of a loaner program, a repair program. All that stuff is working in the background to make sure our kids can retain that technology throughout the school year.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not excited about kids having more screen time, but I'm less concerned about children getting left behind. So I think this Chromebook is a good plan. And I commend you and your staff on doing that. So moving on is my concern for our special needs students. Please make sure that they get everything that they need. Let's not leave them behind. Let's not leave them in a place where they're going to be even more at risk. So please show us a plan that lets those parents and kids know they're cared for and that their education is as important as everybody else's. So that please help us out with that. Do you want to comment on that, or you just want to take it as a suggestion?
Maybe both, and if you don't mind, certainly the suggestion, but I want you to hear that I want to give a lot of credit to our new director, Lori Delgado, who's completely committed to that. Many of the answers that we've already given to all of you, specific to some of the responses that have been really positive. The town hall, I know you're part of that, Member Funk. There were some response. I gave some responses. Special education has been headed up by her. So I think I thank you for being concerned about all kids. You're always that way. Board members appreciate that across the system, and thank you for bringing forward this question. We're committed to it, and I think you've got a good person leading that up to make it happen. So thanks. Not to mention all the staff who are wonderful too.
Excellent.
Really important.
Thank you. The other one's kind of tying together is I think it's important for parents, faculty, and staff to know exactly what those protocols are. In particular, I'd be interested in hearing what are the disciplinary factors that someone chooses to follow protocols. I mean, if we're going to keep folks safe, there has to be a back end. If you choose not to wear a mask, there's consequences. If you choose not to wash your hands, there's consequences. I don't need the answers for those tonight, but before our first teacher or student steps on site, they sure do need to know A equals this, B equals this. And so what are your thoughts on that? When do you think we'll see something? And how will they see it? Will it be emailed? Will it be in training? How are we going to know?
Yeah, wonderful question there. So I think it's a multi-response to your multi-response answer, if you will. So first and foremost, our PBIS. People know that I've been an advocate of that, and I know through district-wide we're committed to it. Right. So our systems are in place to address disciplinary issues, behavior, changing behaviors specifically. And so that would be my first answer is we've got to change behavior, but there are consequences with PBIS as well. We don't have all those answers quite yet because given the direction, once we have that, we'll be working with the staff members once they're back, but then it has to be communicated, like you said. So forthcoming, but ultimately I wanted to give you the idea that, whatever protocols are in place, we treat them the same way that we have with established protocols, right? That if this is a new protocol, we've got to first and foremost inform everyone and then teach and coach up kids to ensure that they can meet that. And then when they don't, change the behavior through the processes that we already use. So easy to say that it fits in that regard, but we know it's going to happen and we're going to have to address that and ensure that we can do it the right ways. And hopefully we've got, based on what I just shared, we've got the system to make that happen well. Appreciate you bringing that up for sure.
Member Colomb, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so this is kind of anecdotal information, but right before this whole thing happened, I happened to be substituting at a middle school. It was like 7th grade or something. And there was a bottle of hand sanitizer in the class. And those kids, it was getting frustrating for me because they were like fighting over this hand sanitizer. Kids wanted to get up every 2 minutes and go squirt some hand sanitizer onto their hands. So my guess is kids are going to be probably more attuned to doing the hand washing and all this than maybe even adults would be. A couple other ideas too is I think they need to know, and I'm sure you guys have a plan for this, but I think they need to know what asymptomatic spread is so that they understand why, even though it appears that no one's sick, that maybe people are sick. So I think they, especially when they get into the older grades, they need to understand that. And I think they'll comply. And then lastly, I think we can do some things with the masks. Like, for instance, the PTAs or whatever can get in maybe into, branding issues concerning school mascots or something, or contests or artistic endeavors to encourage kids to take ownership of their masks and make it more of a fun thing rather than any type of punishment.
Yeah, all great ideas for sure. And those of you who were part of the Toronto High School graduation activities and so forth saw that Toronto High School have their own version of what you're talking about there. So great points there. Thank you for sharing all those. And thank you, Member Funk, for asking that question. It's a really important one. And I just end my response by saying this. Boy, that notion of together, is so important, right? And there has to be a togetherness effort relative to everything that you ask. We've got to bring ourselves together as one to support success, because otherwise we're not going to realize it as well as we could.
Sure. I've got a couple more questions, but kind of along that, I've got a quote that probably shocks you. I think of a hero as someone who understands the degree of responsibility that comes with his freedom. Bob Dylan. So I think we need our community's buy-in. I mean, in order for this to work, it's 100%. It can't be someone who says, "Oh, I don't know what's going on." So I really ask the community, if we're going to protect our teachers, which is vital, and continue to keep schools operating, everybody has to buy into these protocols. So that being said, airflow in classrooms. Are we looking at outdoor classroom options? Are we looking at every classes in the gym? I mean, what are some big picture stuff of what students can expect their class to look like?
Oh, sorry for interrupting you, Member Funk. Yeah, thank you for bringing up ventilation. We've gotten, that work done too. Should have included that on the slide. Now that I think about that, sorry that I missed that piece. Robert, you want to speak real quickly about the ventilation work being done and that will continue to be done?
Yeah, so ventilation, our HVAC units, they're regularly maintained. Anyways, we're going to be up in our game. I know there's actually a webinar. I think Z might be going this week. I know our HVAC, both our technicians, Rick Dawson as well, our director, they've been involved with this, looking at, new particulate filters. But just know the way that our HVAC units use, it's not recirculating indoor air, right? We're required in Ed Code to circulate a certain percentage of outside air into our spaces. So it's not like a house fan that's just recirculating, inside air. We're pulling fresh air out already, just by the way the systems are designed.
Excellent. Good plan. The last thing I have is, what should parents and students be doing now?
Yeah, I love that question, Member Funk, and not being prepared for it. My initial response is I think their first response should be them determining, well, let me be careful, whatever the direction you go in, and I'm assuming there'll be some level of choice, whatever direction we go in, unless we're mandated by Governor Newsom to shut down and go to distance learning only. But even with that, we prepare for that choice, right? Is first and foremost is understand those choices and prepare for those choices. All the while knowing that communication's got to go out as soon as all of you give us that go ahead, so that if they would ultimately, then I'd say it all the time, but it's if they can be part of this, be a partner in this effort, that's what's going to make this successful between now and the start of school. If they can partner in the process that we'll go through in terms of informing, in terms of instructing, training, and lifting them up to be successful, gosh, that would be the best outcome I think we could get. So it's really a commitment that we're in this together, and there's a place for independence, but I would argue that July 4th is Independence Day. I think we need to be celebrating Interdependence Day every moment between now and the start of school and throughout school, because if we're not working interdependently, we're not going to have the success that we need. And you alluded to it, so I'm really kind of just really capitalizing on your statements earlier. Thank you for asking that. That's what comes to my mind.
Thank you, President Behringer.
Excellent questions. Lots of good discussion there. So this item is informational on tonight's agenda. If we so chose, however, we could take action, or we can deliberate and consider these options and take action at an emergency meeting. My only concern is that the sooner we help to move the decision process along, the sooner people can prepare and start doing things to move forward. So I would encourage that we take action tonight. Member Nelson?
I would too. I give them direction, but it is an information item, and it's sketchy ground but what we could do is we give clear direction tonight, just put it on next board meeting, we're going to approve it, and then everything's kosher. And so we could do that, or have an emergency meeting, whatever you'd like to do. But I think our team has done a great job. They got a lot of running to do, and school is not very far off. They need to know what we're going to do and the direction we're giving them, because I know they'll move mountain and earth to make it all happen to the best of their ability. So I think we do need to give them direction tonight.
Ryan, can I give them the background on this?
Yeah, please. I appreciate you doing that there, Nancy, because we were prepared to at least share the options right from a Brown Act standpoint. Nancy's done very well to investigate all that and put it before you to support what was just mentioned by President Behringer. Member Nielsen. Thanks, Nancy.
So because it is brought for information and it has been posted on the agenda, if there is consensus from the board, you can vote on it tonight. If the choice is that you want this to be voted on rather than just reaching consensus and giving direction to move forward, but it can be voted on tonight, even though it is on for information, with the board being okay with that.
Thank you for keeping us on our toes with that. So I would like to find out how everybody feels about having a motion and taking action tonight.
My personal feeling is I'm all in favor of the online program that we currently have for people that feel uncomfortable about going to school or being on a school site. As I mentioned earlier, that's their choice to do it. I get the feeling from the rest of the board you're going to want to go with the 5-day conventional type school. I'm in favor of that. Hopefully they'll figure out some time in there, maybe have some minimum days on Friday to, I'm not muted. I'm on here.
No, you're good.
You can hear me?
Yep.
I pushed the buttons again. Anyway, I'm for that. And if we can't do the in-class learning, then I'm for going to distance learning and have the classroom teachers transition to that. My concern is still what I said at the beginning. We need to give the staff time to be able to plan for that and figure it out. We can't be like we did last spring, and it was a tough position that our superintendent was put in. Next day they said, hey, no more school. But we've got to plan for it because it could happen. There's a likelihood this could happen. If we have major outbreaks in the Victor Valley, we're going to be online, distant learning. So I'm for all this, and I want to give them direction and get going.
I do too. So what are the others' thoughts?
Well, nobody else is speaking. There is a level of detail that I feel is lacking from what has been presented. And I don't know at what point it's going to be enough detail and then too much detail. But the truth of the matter, as it stands, I don't have enough information to feel confident moving forward. And so if we were to take this to vote tonight, I would vote no on the reservation simply of a lack of detail. I need to know more about the if this, then what happens? If we get 80% enrollment at a site, what happens to that 30%? I need some contingencies. I need information about how we're going to handle this, and including the whole part of coming on campus. I really appreciate everybody's work on getting the wash stations going. I really would like the temperature scanning at sites. These are some of the things that I would need for confidence in opening. But 1 of 5. So I put it out to the rest of you.
In respect to that, I feel like there's so many moving parts that we can move forward and collect details at a later time, because there are, I have a concern about Serrano's instruction and there's a lot of questions yet to be answered, but I feel like we need to provide direction. Steve and Kenny?
I definitely hear Marcus's concern. I mean, there's a lot to be out there, but at the same time, I think we can help them by saying, this is go ahead with this plan, start moving forward, knowing we reserve the right to say we're just not there. You know, I'd rather have them moving in a direction rather than waiting for us to get the answers we need. So I'd be comfortable voting and saying this is what we'd hope to accomplish, but also know that I think Dr. Holman's been very clear. Tomorrow's a new day and a whole new set of problems. So I say we move forward, and that way his team knows there's a direction to go at least. Because I don't know if we'll ever get all the answers that we need.
Right. And the governor could nix this whole thing tomorrow.
Well, real quick, Kenny, your words are always so compelling. I really enjoy having you on the board. And
really,
that other side of maybe my point of view that kind of gets me across. And so with that reservation of we need to make sure we have certain protocol in place prior to day one, I could see moving forward with this plan. So thanks, Benny, for always sharing the opinion that
providing clarity. Thank you.
Yeah. Really appreciate you, buddy.
Member Cologne?
Yes, I'm in favor of moving forward, and I understand Marcus's concerns because I have some myself. But I think you if you're in the Army or in a war, you assign something to the commander, like take this hill, and the commander goes out there and he takes the hill. He's not going back and asking his supreme commander constantly, day by day, about the minutia. The commander has to be able to move, turn on a dime or whatever. And I don't think it's our role as board members anyway to get into the nitty gritty individual details, but I think we do have to have that, oversight. And I trust the administration enough to think that they're going to react. And if they have to react in a critical way, they're going to communicate that to us, I think, and keep us informed of it. So that's my.
Okay, having said all that, would somebody like then to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I move that we move forward with the plan that's been presented this evening. That includes the online program, the 5-day schedule, and look at a way that we can possibly get those custodians in early so we get that 3-day distance, and that teachers have time to figure out how if that doesn't work, that they're going to go at distant learning and improve all that and go along with the plan that's been presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I'd like to have some discussion on that to make sure we can pull that off. I mean, did we give you good direction? I mean, or is this? Well, I'll second it. We'll have discussion.
What is the text to this?
Pardon?
What does the text say on this what is the resolution exactly in words? Is there a paragraph written that states the resolution exactly?
No.
No.
No, we're just moving forward with providing direction to the administrative team to proceed with the proposed action plan.
Okay.
Further discussion?
I just hope that we're specific enough that we're moving you in a direction, but yet at the same time vague enough to know you've got options.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to. I mean, right? I think we all know. We're all quite clear. Today's plans mean nothing tomorrow.
Yeah, that's so well said there, Member Funk. And I wonder if I could add something here that might help here. I didn't want to jump in too early and overstep my bounds, but I really want to thank this senior cabinet. They've been instrumental on so many fronts, one of which is some of the details behind this. And I know it was mentioned many times and so very appropriately. We have a working document that is just not ready for all the reasons you mentioned, Member Funk, and I think very valid ones, but that's working, and we'll be able to work on that even more so. And so be able to get that to all of you sooner rather than later, now that we've gotten the direction. I think we have the direction that we need to be able to start to pin down a lot of this that can be in written form, multiple pages, to ensure that we can have some of these answers. So like I said, I didn't quite know when to insert that. I think maybe hopefully now that's helpful to know that, again, Robert Chacon's heading that piece up. We've all had our hands in on that. And so too will San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. Robert, you want to speak to anything else in that written form? Because I think it's important for them to hear now.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Yeah, everything that you guys are really talking about, those concerns that you may have, a lot of those things will be detailed in our reopening plan. I've been working closely with our cabinet, with San Bernardino County Public Health, our neighboring districts, as well as our JPA, our risk managers and our JPA, kind of going through the process of developing this reopening plan. So we'll be, now that we have some direction, or hopefully shortly we'll have some additional direction, I'll be able to pin down, like Ryan said, a lot of those specifics, kind of feeling you guys out, feeling the room, what is important to you guys in particular as well, to make sure that we include those into our reopening plan. And then ultimately that's going to be packaged up. Right now it's about 50 pages long. It will be packaged up with a bow on it, and we'll be working closely with the task force down at San Bernardino County Public Health. Corbin Porter, director there, again, is heading that piece up. I've been in constant communication with that task force. There's a task force that is designed at Public Health to help us through this reopening process. They'll be looking at these plans, giving us feedback and input as we kind of go through these next couple weeks. So just know that's kind of been working in the background, and we're really, I just appreciate you guys taking the time tonight to give us some details and consider moving us forward in this direction, so we can really start to get that plan dialed in and down to county.
Thank you. And can I ask one question then? Because inspiration rarely comes during a meeting. What do we do? How would you like us to proceed with our questions and comments? Because I don't know if I can wait 2 weeks. I mean, really, the inspiration is going to hit us, and how should we direct those questions and concerns?
Gosh, so again, another wonderful question. So I will say this, that the communication is going to be really ramped up too. So it's going to be coming that direction to all of you, like we did back in the day when it was daily and so forth, if not every other day. So know that that's coming, that then may promote more inspiration, as you said. And I think the best way would be in a group text to all of us, because then that would facilitate all of us developing shared understanding, I think, with the responses. And so I would really appreciate that approach moving forward, knowing that we've got to be communicating with you. Back to what you said, Member Funk, almost on a daily basis now.
Can I recommend, rather than a text, maybe a Google Doc? Because, I mean, a question may come in the form of more than whatever the maximum number. And then plus links may be involved or something like that. So text is great for how are you today, but can you give me a response to COVID-19 mental health state being according to blah, blah, blah. So is there, text is great.
We'll have to be careful on that, Ryan. Have to be careful on that Google Doc.
Yeah, good
shared
point.
With everybody. That, that becomes, I mean, as long as it's just questions and answers, no opinions, no going back and forth with each board member, etc.
Yeah, and gosh, I need to catch myself. I said text, and thanks for telling me. What I meant was email, actually. I meant a group email, actually. So my apologies on the text there. I don't know why I said that, but I really, what I meant was email. So I really appreciate Nancy and so many friends, and there's a great reminder. And I think we can all do just what we've done. Typically, you'll ask us questions, and I'll end up responding to everyone. And so does that work, Member Funk?
Yes, I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I said text.
I just want to add, as long as you're not talking to other board members, we can talk to the superintendent all we want, and he can respond to us. But it's when you get 2 or 3 board members together is where you get into the problem.
Any other further discussion?
I guess I just had maybe 2 more comments. The first one being, I think Dr. Holman said it really well, that this is about interdependence. I believe there are a number in our community that don't really believe that this is something happening. And I would like to somehow communicate to them that we hear you, we understand that you want to get back to school, but we need your help. We need you to follow the rules in school and out of school. We need you to be a part of our community, a part of the support system. Think of all the people that you will affect, and really kind of communicate that we are Snowline, and we are together. We need to do this. We need to do this together and follow these recommendations and these rules, because it's not taking away from you; it's giving to somebody else. And the final comment is that my only hesitation in all of this is that as a family, we have decided that my child will do the distant learning, and I feel it's the safest choice for us. And so, moving forward, I know we will be electing that option, but knowing that there's a pathway back once we do get past this, because we will, work together. We will get through this, and we'll get back to our real world, our normal world. It may be altered, it may be different, but we'll get back there. And so those are my final comments to this.
Well said. Any other comments? Okay, then we'll proceed with a roll call vote. We have a first and a second. And that takes me to Member Hernandez.
I will vote aye.
Member Nielsen.
Aye.
Member Colomb.
Aye.
Member Funk.
Aye.
And Christina Berenger votes aye. So then that takes us to board member comments. And I would just like to share that at Snowline Joint Unified School District, the health and safety of all members of our learning community is always of the utmost importance, but especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. In order to inform the decision-making process as it relates to the reopening of schools in August, our Snowline leadership team has been committed to gathering and analyzing scientific-based information and data and collaborating with neighboring school districts. In addition, Snowline has released several surveys and held a town hall meeting to receive input and concerns from all Snowline stakeholders. Similarly, our team has been working with the Risk Management JPA in direct consultation with the Office of the San Bernardino County Superintendent's Office and San Bernardino Department of Public Health officials. Upon careful consideration and with lengthy deliberation afforded to all information, the Snowline leadership team has proposed to offer 3 different models for the effective delivery of instruction district-wide. I absolutely support this concept, as I believe it's important to provide such options to best meet the needs, comfort levels, and learning style requirements of each student in the district. I commend our Snowline team for their hard work in proposing these learning model options and for purposely providing the opportunity for individuals to make the decision of which model to choose that works best for them. At this point, a great deal of work and preparation continues in establishing protocols, etc., that are required to meet the guidelines and recommendations for reopening. The members of the Snowline learning community can be assured that we will take all necessary precautions in doing everything possible to ensure the health, safety, and social emotional well-being of those entrusted to our care. And Member Hernandez, your comments?
Boy, who can follow up with that one? I did share with the senior staff my deep appreciation for all of the hard work and all of the hard decisions and everything that you guys have done. If the public doesn't already know, let them hear it now that you guys have done a phenomenal amount of work and care in taking care of all of us. I love all your faces, and there are so many at so many sites. I know them. I love them. So many kids, some of the staff, teachers, every single one of you, everyone that I've met, I care for you. And I want to make sure that we get through this all together. I want to get off the other side, no infections, and God forbid anybody, loses a life over this, because it's just so much that we can help each other. And if we can do that, we'll all be blessed. So I really appreciate all of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hernandez. Member Nielsen? Oh, no, you were good. You're on mute now. Unmute.
Oh, I was good, and I messed it up. Oh my gosh, it's technology. If I survive the night, it's going to be by the grace of God. Of course, I believe in prayer, so that's all good. Hey, anyway, hats off to all the administrators, site administrators, everybody working on this. You get thrown a curveball about every other day, and you guys have done an outstanding job, and I want you to know that. And you're in a tough position. You really are. I mean, what year do you go when the state goes broke? The COVID-19 hits. They shut your school down all in 1 year. If any one of those things would have happened on a normal year, it would have been something else. And that brings my next point is I've told the board, and I made it public for a couple months now, I'm not going to be a candidate. I think there's a lot of people out there listening to this school board meeting, and I'm not going to be a candidate. So you have to sign up this summer, and the election is on November 3rd. People that get on these school boards, they have more impact upon the community than you can imagine. It's a very important position. And so if you're interested in it, you could call Dr. Holman, and he can tell you a little about being a school board member. And I encourage anybody that wants to do this, good luck to you, and I appreciate you. And I'll be fishing on Carson River, and I'll be enjoying everything that happens. I'm sure, Nancy, I'll read all the meeting minutes, so it'll be all good. I'll still be in contact with you. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, and thank you all for this evening.
Thank you, Member Nielsen. Member Cologne? There you go. Member Cologne.
I think it was last board meeting, maybe that Marcus mentioned the whole topic of social unrest and what we're faced with the kids and all that. And I've been doing a lot of thinking about that. And one of the things I thought about was, if you go to let's say you were at the baseball game where Kirk hit his home run in Game 1 of the World Series. Nobody cared who the president of the United States was when that home run was hit. No one cared about what their sister looked like or anything else. Everybody just was ecstatic, and there was no enemies. Everybody was just like one. People who you didn't know next to you were high-fiving them, and you suddenly were friends with everybody in that stadium. And there was a tremendous amount of unity. I think back to 1980 U.S. hockey team. I don't know how many of you saw that movie, Miracle on Ice. But the coach had his players skating back and forth over and over and over again. And he kept asking them, who do you play for? And each person would come up and they'd say, I play for this college or that college or whatever. And Herb Brooks was looking for a particular answer. And finally he got it from Mike Ruzioni, who said, I play for the United States. And that was a team based on unity and harmony. And I was walking my dog the other day by that famous gate that I was talking to you about, Ryan. And this guy stopped, just came by and stopped me. He had a pickup truck. And he said, I want to buy you a beer. I said, what are you talking about? And so he reached into his cooler and pulled out a Budweiser. I even have it up here if you want to see it. Just to remind me. He says, so why do you want to do that? And he said, well, number one, you have a German Shepherd. Number two, you're wearing a Diamondbacks hat. And number three, you have a grill. Number three, I don't know where you got that from, but I thought a lot about this Diamondback hat.
Wait, what is the number three?
That I had a great smile. So where was I? I started thinking about this Diamondback hat. I thought, if you're a member of this community, you probably, you went to this school or that school or a lot of other schools, but you had to go through Serrano, most likely. Even those at Chaparral probably go through Serrano at one time or another. This Diamondback logo, it has some import. It has some meaning. It has a brand to it. And I was thinking, that's one of the things that unite our community is the football and, a lot of other stuff surrounding this thing. So I'm wondering, during this time of turmoil, how can we increase the branding of our schools? How can we encourage students to unite around their brand, their school, and maybe insulate them from some of the other stuff that's going on outside of our schools? So one of the ideas I came up with is maybe an essay contest, maybe the first day of school. Something like, what does it mean to be a Diamondback? Or what does it mean to be a coyote? Or what does it mean to be a cougar? Or what does it mean to be a raccoon? And maybe some of us on the board could look at those and maybe, give out maybe read some of that stuff and maybe give out an award or two or something as a result. That's all I have.
I love that idea. That's awesome. We need to take action on that. That's very cool. Thank you, Member Colomb. Member Funk?
I like that idea too. I think the idea that this is an opportunity to come together. This is a good time to do that. So last board meeting, we passed some information about mental health and how we're going to pay for that. How can people find that information out now?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Member Funk. Just to bring attention to everyone, we've had actually a record number, I think, of participants. 888. It was the top number I've seen so far. So maybe even got higher. So great time to be talking about Care Solace. I want to make sure I say that so that all who are listening can share the word there. That's what you alluded to, Member Funk. And thanks to all of you board members for supporting this great effort. We'll turn over to the individual heading up for us, though. I just want to give that quick preview to all folks, and that's Nancy. Nancy, can you share with everyone the training that we're going through and how we're getting ready to roll that piece out? Thanks, Nancy.
Thank you, Ryan. Actually, we have had some training with our HR department, and also James Fields was included on that. We will be getting that information out, honestly, very quickly. We need to. We have, I have submitted the purchase order as well to get the ball rolling on the invoice part, but we are actually, they gave us some grace on our timeline, and we can start using it right away. And so we will be getting that information out. That is why James sat in on that. We will send out a letter from the superintendent, and we will put that out on all of our platforms, social media, our website, and we are. I will be in the process of setting up the training for the counselors and school psychologists who will be returning very soon, but they don't need. Anybody can use it. They don't need a referral from a counselor or a school psychologist or anything. So our goal will be to get that up ASAP.
Excellent. Thank you. The Bob Dylan quote was free. I've got another one for you. Our greatest happiness does not depend on the condition of life in which chance is placed on us, but is always the result of a good conscience, good health, good occupation, and freedom, and a just pursuit. I chose that one tonight because it goes back to what Marcus was talking about, and definitely Member Colomb. We have to be in this together, and our freedom and our liberties dictate that we're responsible. All right. If I know that it's a confusing time, there's a lot of information out there, but COVID is real, and we need to treat it as such. So, in order to protect those in our community, let's find the best protocols, let's follow those protocols, and let's beat this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And that takes us to administrative comments. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Behringer. First of all, I want to thank all the members of the board for your trust and direction. It's truly a pleasure working with all of you. And as much as it would be a lie to say that I've enjoyed any part of this crisis, I haven't. But I really have valued the increased bond among all of us, especially my fellow administrative team. Ryan's leadership has been very appreciated throughout this. He's been the voice of calm reason, and it's been a pleasure to work with him, as well as Dennis and Robert and Nancy, and then of course all of our other colleagues across the district during this tough time. I think true character really becomes apparent during the time of crisis or difficulty, and boy, I've seen character and abundance across our learning community. So thank you for that. Just a couple things. I take away things from our board members every time we sit in here on a meeting. I just love your references to freedom, Kenny. It is true. With freedom comes great responsibility, and that's important. And we've got to be responsible. We've got to have that sense of unity as we navigate through these waters. Just on a health, from a health aspect or health point of view, as well as what we're here for, and that's educating kids. And then Marcus, well, I so respect your choice and being able to be transparent with that choice regarding your own daughter. As far as the model that you're going to choose, and I'm going the other direction. I'll just come out publicly to say that my family and I are looking forward to that in-person model this year. But we feel that is the best for our family at this time. And of course, once again, that comes with great responsibility and making sure that my daughter has the capacity to return to a school setting in which she knows that she's not going to be hugging and all of her classmates. She's going to be responsible when it comes to social distancing, with hygiene, and of course following all the protocols that we set forth to protect our students and our staff. So we're very excited to be able to do that if the circumstances allow come August. And then just wanted to go back to, one of our three choices and kind of go on record, make a public service announcement regarding Snowline Academy. I know we've got a large audience in attendance tonight. And if you haven't heard about Snowline Academy, please research it. It is, and this is very biased on my point, but it is the best homeschool option anywhere in the high desert. And as hard as we've tried to promote that option in our normal times as well, we just don't seem to get enough traction. And I want to say to any of our audience or friends of our audience, please look into that option. It is, once again, the very best homeschool option anywhere in the high desert. Looking at enrollment coming up now that we've got some clarity on the models that we're choosing moving forward. Please, if you have not enrolled your kindergarten students, if you have kindergarten students out there, please take the opportunity to visit our website or give us a phone call and get those kiddos enrolled. It will really help us out with our enrollment projections looking forward, and it'll give you some peace of mind knowing that your child is officially in the system. So please, enroll your students. And then last bullet here would be just what I've been thinking about is we have to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. And we've been doing that for a while, but things are different. Our circumstances are different, but we can really take advantage of these opportunities moving forward. I personally have been looking at our system within my own department and thinking about what we've become maybe too comfortable with, what we feel has worked in the past, and we've kind of fallen into some status quo. But this is truly an opportunity to strip things down, to really evaluate what we're doing, evaluate what we're using, evaluate what we're paying for, and asking ourselves, is it really important and is it really sustainable moving forward? Because I think the term was used a number of times, reinvention. This is the perfect time to reinvent and streamline ourselves to be even a much better organization as we get into post-pandemic times. So with that being said, I just have one request of our school board, one more request, as if we didn't ask enough of you this evening, and that is to give us some approval to move forward with a contract pertaining to Canvas, which President Behringer referred to earlier, inquired about earlier. Canvas is an LMS program, a learning management system program that is truly, arguably, the Cadillac of that kind of platform out there, especially for our secondary students. This is a platform that is perfect for assessing students, teaching students, collecting data for students, grading and keeping systematic records on students. And I can go on and on and on, and we'll be happy to provide you additional information at an appropriate time should you want to learn more. But Serrano High School is very anxious to move forward with this program. I would highly endorse it, and I believe Ryan feels the same way. But to set Serrano up for true success in a virtual setting, should we have to move forward with a virtual setting again, I really believe that this will put them at a big advantage. It's one thing to offer Chromebooks to all the kids, to all the students. That's a good start when we're talking about hardware moving forward, but we really do have to offer something in conjunction with that hardware, and that's good technological tools that will give the teachers the capacity to be their very best for our students. So we are looking, we're still playing around with what the actual cost of this will be. And I'm going to give you a highball cost for your approval. I would say to approve this not to exceed $35,000 for a year, an annual license. But I anticipate it to come in significantly less than that. But I wanted to play it on the safe side moving forward, so I didn't have to go back to you after the fact.
Okay, group, is there a consensus?
Yeah, well, I'd like to make a motion that we allow him to go get it.
And all in favor? We're not going to do an actual second and roll call because it's informal in comments here.
I'm all for him getting it.
Yeah, and we'll bring back the contract, as Alan, we'll bring back the contract at another date, or the next available date, right? We just really appreciate if I could just add to this, Alan, just appreciate all that he said, appreciate the work that was done up at Serrano High School. This is, I don't want to call it an emergency purchase, but really short of that, right? Because it's to support distance learning and all other learning, and we appreciate the flexibility to do so. So that's why we're coming in this regard, that the task force up at Serrano has done a great job to identify it. We wanted to respond, so thank you for the support on that. We'll bring the formal contract later.
Great, thank you. And
so we're going to do it, right?
Did I say thumbs up, right? Everybody? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Good deal. And Mr. Miller, did you have further comments?
Just to say that Serrano High School, of course, that was at the forefront of my mind this evening, being that we're fresh out of that meeting from this morning. But we look at supporting all of our grade levels during this continued time of uncertainty in regards to distance learning, as well as within our other models as well. So thank you for your support, and more adventures to come.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Zimmerman, your comments?
Sure. Just thank you to each of you as board members for your leadership and collaborating with us and giving us a chance to get this plan, this recommendation, put together to start moving forward. And we very, very much appreciate you supporting us to do this and allowing us to do this, and then get together working with our teams to move forward. Because we truly are a family, and we are very blessed to worked alongside of so many people and work in teamwork and collaborative ways, and then with the goal of serving the students that that we do this for, in every role that we have as staff members. So really greatly appreciate that. And then just a quick follow up to Kenny's happiness quote. My positive tip for a new year, because I still got a few of those left to share this year that I pilfered from Phelan Elementary, is do not seek happiness. Instead, live with love, live with passion, live with purpose, and happiness will find you. And that, is just so true. It's happiness is an emotion. It's driven by those things, by love, passion, and purpose. So thanks for letting us do that this evening. Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. And Mr. Chacon.
Yeah, thank you, President Behringer. A big shout out to Rick Hernandez. James Fields is that big R and J you see at the bottom of the screen, well, bottom of my screen at least, right? And our high water mark tonight, 888 viewers tonight on our YouTube feed. So just a big shout out to everybody who tuned in. We appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of the discussion, participating in our surveys, providing feedback in the town hall. Honestly, the recommendations that were provided tonight to the board were directly because of your feedback. So we appreciate our community and our stakeholders. We've had the best responses to our surveys than we ever have. So just thank you. Please be on the lookout for additional communication rolling out as quickly as tomorrow from Dr. Holman. And specifics about reopening will be forthcoming. Like we mentioned earlier, we'll be really solidifying a lot of those specifics and working with public health. So please be on the lookout for that. Know those fine details will be coming here in the next few weeks. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's participated. This has been a extremely interesting time and some really difficult decisions. But just know that we value our community's feedback, all of the input that you provided for us, students, staff, stakeholders, parents, because without you, we're really not Snowline. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Stapp.
Sorry, I have to switch from typing to get on here. Gosh, I loved your statement, Christina. Thank you for that. Marcus, I loved your email. Thank you for that. I thank the principals who got on a leadership council meeting with us. I don't remember, Ryan, was it last week? Okay, the end of last week, because this is their time off. But during these honestly tumultuous times that we have had, they show their great commitment to education and to their students, and all of our leadership council team. Just thanks to all of them for their input in getting all of this stuff together. I thank the senior cabinet that I work with. I cannot tell you, I have never worked for such a dedicated bunch of wonderful people, and I am grateful for the opportunity. Ryan, I'll say this because you're muted and you can't respond back to me, but you are a great leader, Ryan, and we appreciate you. You are great. So thank you for all that you do. And same to I would echo what everybody else has said, to our community, to those listening. This is real, and we are doing the hard work to get everybody back into an education that will further them in their life. The teachers, all of the staff, the support staff. And just a big shout out to everybody that is a 12-month employee that has been working and coming every day and practicing those social distancing skills, wearing our masks, just really being in tune with what we need to do. So just thank you, and especially to the board. You all are great. Other districts do not have what we do. And so thank you for all that you do.
Oh, thank you so much. And Dr. Holman, your comments?
Yes, President Manager. I mean, just wow, what a night filled with just such wonderful statements from all the folks I'm looking at. And I just so admire all of you. And I'm going to try to add some comments of value to all the very meaningful and valuable comments already made. First and foremost, I think I can speak to something that's very important. Lydia Oversby is on personnel motion. She's retiring. Lydia Oversby, she's worked with us for 23 years, and she's still very young, by the way. I do want to reiterate that, but she's worked with us for 23 years. I've had the good fortune of working for a good portion of those with her. We were over at Field Elementary School, and at the time when we worked together. And something that really strikes me about Lydia, I'll just say real quickly, is that she was, always is, and I think always will be a carrier of a very positive attitude that shines a light on others. And I appreciated that. And I got to see it firsthand day by day when she shined that light on our most important assets, the most meaningful component. And they are truly our treasures, and that's our kids in here in this district. And so to Lydia, I just want to give a quick shout out to say thank you so very much for your efforts in all the roles that she had, from campus monitor to Snowline Police Department. She was an attendance clerk as well as a receptionist too. And so just again, really appreciate her good work, and we'll look forward to celebrating her formally at that's a long time coming, but at the end of the 2020-21 school year, but wanted to give her that quick shout out. And then a couple orders of business. First is CSBA conference is in Anaheim this year. And to my knowledge, Nancy, I forgot to check with you today because Member Funk has said how things are changing on such a regular basis. But Nancy, is it still on? Hasn't been canceled yet, has it?
It has not been canceled, Ryan. It is still a go. And then if you could just please look at the chat, Ryan.
Yeah.
There's something you need to announce.
No, I'll get to that. Yeah, I sure will in just one moment. But thanks. Yeah. Oops. Thanks so much for that. So I bring up back to CSBA is the notion of Anaheim. Do you want to attend or not? And so I thought I'd just take a quick roll call if there's a commitment one way or another. And if not, if you don't mind letting us know by this Friday, I think that would be greatly appreciated. It's always that first week and it leads up into December. And I know Nancy's willing to move that cause forward. But are there any yeses or nos automatically right now?
Current climate, I can't say that it may be a good choice to do that.
Yeah, I certainly understand for sure. I understand that.
I do not know at this point.
You got it. So to that end, we'll, if you don't mind just letting us know, we heard from Member Hernandez, maybe, and I totally respect, the comments on either end, just felt compelled to make sure that I shared that with you because we do it every year and it hasn't been canceled thus far. So
thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So, and again, by Friday would be wonderful. Also want to bring attention to Desert Trails Prep Academy number 2. Their charter appeal was put forth in that first stage, the appeal at San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, their Board of Education meeting in July. Please know that there are additional steps into August and October. We'll continue to update you on those, but know that that occurred and that the general timeline is over the next few months leading up to October. Okay, so I'll keep you posted on that. Speaking of keeping you posted in Toronto High School, we've spoken to them on design and things of that sort. I want to share with you an award that was just recently made, we were made aware of and brought attention to. Major Anthony Bravo, Major Clint Atterbury, they run our Cadet Corps, and they were recognized as having the most community service hours in all of, not the high desert, but California. And so they had over 950 community hours collectively through the Cadet Corps. What a great accomplishment. And it just came out between the last board meeting and now, and just wanted to share that with you. We've sung their praises, and rightly so, on many fronts and for many valid reasons. want to, sing their praises again. Thank you again, to Majors Bravo and Atterbury for leading that. But thank you to the kids for facilitating 950 hours of community service. When we talk about our future, if our future is wrapped up in issues and situations and outcomes like that, I'm just reminded we've got a great future ahead of ourselves with a wonderful, wonderful group of kids and generation as a whole. So thanks for allowing me to share that. And this is also going back to retirements. Rhonda Griggs, I want to say, Rhonda Griggs too. I apologize for making a mistake here. I announced that she had 4 years in the district, but she had 16 years in the district. Full disclosure, I was a math teacher prior to being an administrator here. So my apologies for only missing by a factor of 4. So Rhonda, I am so very sorry, but I hope you know that even if it was just 4, and certainly that it is 16, we thank you so very much for all that you did as a bus driver. I just admire them so much. And I say this so often, the first to see children and the first to give them that wonderful message and connection, and the last to see them before they go away until the next day of school. So Rhonda, thank you. I'll work on my math there, or maybe I'll just say apologies to all my former students like Robert Chacon, who had to go through my classroom with my bad math there. And just continuing on, this is the gosh, my feeling right now on two fronts. I'm going to start with our learning community. Amazingly, and I say amazing, I'm just so very humbled on a daily basis. But I can't tell you how many thank yous I get from the community on behalf of all of you I'm looking at, really our senior of senior, and that's not by age, but by position, right, of leadership in the district, the senior cabinet in conjunction, of course, with the board members who provide, the ultimate leadership and direction. And I think it's just because probably the role and it's, hey, Ryan, I just want to tell you, thank you for the great work. And thank you for all of this effort collectively. Thank you for doing that. It's a reminder on a daily basis as I make my travels to do my essential work at the gas station or Stater Brothers or whatever, how many words of thanks that we get as a collective. And so it's really my handing off to all of you. Thank you so very much, because this learning community is a powerful one. And I would just try to add to what has already been said. Member Funk, you talked about getting inspiration in a board meeting. Amen. I got inspiration tonight. Got so much inspiration from all of you, the 888 who joined us, all these comments and the feeling, the power here. And I guess I'm going to reference the preamble of the Constitution talks about we, the people, starts with a pronoun. And I'm going to capitalize again on what's already been said. Member Hernandez, you said it so very well, that interdependence is going to be so necessary moving forward. If we're going to engage in what we're endeavoring to do with this I guess, three-pronged approach to getting ourselves back to school, we have to have everyone committed to doing so. So thanks for saying it all better than me. I say in a corny way all too often that together truly is better, but it is, and it's got to be, and it's going to be as we move forward because of all the best reasons. And my last one is I print out my, for proof here, I print out my comments, and I wrote this beforehand, and it's a board member comment at the top. I just thank you for your support. It was said by Nancy O so very well. We are very fortunate for the leadership that you all provide and the latitude that you give us to be able to do what's best for this community. Thank you so very much. It was said very well. It might change tomorrow. It might change in a week, a month. It might not change. But what we will be doing is we will be ready to do what's best for this community. Thank you for allowing us to do that. I'm humbled to be able to serve and just be one of more than 1,000 powerful people. I'm just thankful to be just one humble member of that. So thank you for all that you did tonight. Stay tuned. We're looking forward to the next steps. So thanks, President Berenger.
Thank you so much. And that then takes us to adjournment. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we adjourn.
And a second.
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Nilsson.
Aye.
Member Colomb.
Aye.
Member Funk.
Aye.
And Christina Berenger votes aye. Have a good night, everyone. We're adjourned.
Good night.
Good night,
Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all.
Thank you.
Stay safe and healthy.